I live my life like I'm I live my life like I'm I live my life like I live my life like my life like I'm
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the India Predator 2024 League powered by Acer. We are here with the decider finals of today, which is going to
Yep.
be giving us our grand finalists who are going to be facing off against Orangutan in the land final. Of course, it's me, Universe, and with me, I've got Ahana Aiden. We're going to take you through what could be the last game for either one of these teams, or one of the other teams is going to get the ticket to try and fight for not just that big cash prize, but also a ticket to get to Philippines to represent India. Welcome, and Anna, before we get into the game, how are you feeling? How's your day been? And are you excited for this game? Because this might be quite a bit of a distance game.
Well, it's been a really long time since I've had a day as amazing as today. And to add a cherry on top, we are going to be having this particular match, which is going to find us the finalists for
Mm-hmm.
the tournament and the team that is going to contest against Orangutan for the Philippines spot,
Yep.
as you just mentioned. Plus, all the teams that are going to get so rich after the tournament, unlike you and I, we're just going to be there.
Well, that is. I'm not going to deny that. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have, quite the two teams. Reckoning, of course, coming off of a pretty hot streak of victories, going up against True Rippers, who took a little bit of a beating, I would say, against Orangutan. So it is not the best of form that they're coming down with, but. Reckoning have just come with four maps in this tournament that they've played. The last four maps that they've played have all been 13-1 or 13-2. And that is quite the record to have on your hands when you're going up against a team like the True Rippers, who have just come off of another 13-2 loss by themselves, for 13-4 on Lotus. Let's go to the veto, though, because this is going to be quite the interesting one. And there's quite some fact fitting on the back of this, especially because Sunset and Lotus are going to be our two maps. Now, why this is the case is because this was quite a bit of a troublesome map for both of these teams. Because the first one, Sunset, of course, RGE looking extremely good on it. They've got so much
Mm-hmm.
control of how they want to play this map. And Lotus, of course, is a map that True Rippers have so far been unbeaten, except for the last one that they just played against Orangutan. Before that, they beat Reckoning on Lotus itself. So there is a recent history of them having beaten Reckoning on this map. So they will be hoping to do the same. And by the way things look, we might see a map number three of Breeze come in anyway.
Well, we sure might. We sure might. Because both of these teams, first of all, they have way too much to lose if they lose here. I mean, going that far into a tournament and not being able to make it into the finals is already a
Yep.
lot heartbreaking. Plus, there's a lot of fans who might not really be happy about that. So that's
True.
another added pressure, which just makes teams go ahead and deliver much more than what they usually do. And
Mm-hmm.
that do or die situation just creates a lot more efforts coming in from both the sides. So
Yeah.
yes, I'm pretty much thinking that we are going to be going for the third map. Also, again, if you talk about the statistics, they do align for the same. However,
Mm-hmm.
once you enter Breeze, I feel like things might take a turn towards True Rippers.
Maybe. I was actually going to agree with the same because Lotus is a game of True Rippers' control. They've been able to practically turn quite the tides on that map. The last time, these two teams faced off, they did have a small bout in the upper bracket semifinals, and now they face each other in the lower bracket final to decide what is going to be, of course, the end point of their journey in this competition. Orangutan will be watching this game pretty closely to understand what is going to be the course of action on that final land day on the 15th of October. But I believe with the way that True Rippers and Reckoning have kind of, I would say, dictated this map veto, both have picked out their strongest map so far. I think both of them are going to have no problem whatsoever fighting the other one off on Sunset. But I also believe that True Rippers maybe came into this a little bit more prepared than they did last time because they did not ban out Sunset in the first bout of bans, right? Which means they probably have a game plan going into this little bit of a
True.
setup. Now, they haven't played Sunset before. True Rippers is going to be their first time, but they have played Breeze and they love their Lotus. So if it does end up going to Breeze, yes, you might be right. True Rippers might just take this one and go all the way to the land, and Reckoning might just get blasted out of the water. But Reckoning have one thing working for them, and that is their recent form. They have been absolutely on point. They have not taken any sort of critical damage in the last two best of three that they've played, and they're
Mhm.
on point right now to move further ahead and even take on Troopers with the same momentum, if not any more.
I get it, I get it. And yes, I mean, Reckoning being in that momentum does give a very strong, feeling that they might have themselves much more than we are seeing on paper, and whatever statistics we're seeing might not align with what their actual game plan is. They might come in with
Hmm.
a much more stronger force, making this whole game turn in their favor as quickly as possible, nonetheless.
Yep.
And for that, I feel like there's also a tiny bit of rivalry which is going on, which Reckoning would want to come back to,
True.
considering they have lost one of the very important matches of their career to Orangutan.
Hmm.
And being able to beat Orangutan in these finals is going to be another opportunity for them to show up what they deserve and what they're here for. So,
True. True.
is I mean, revenge is best served cold, but these teams are going to be setting fire to the stage, trying to figure out
Absolutely.
which one gets to go ahead against Orangutan.
Yep. And if we are to take in terms of recent form of players, if you want to, just point out a bit of what's happening with the players, of course, Reckoning have actually got everybody doing really well except for ANQ. He's just a slight bit disappointing. 20 kills every game that he's played in, just a little too less, at least in my opinion. I think that guy should be fragging 30, 40. 20 is unacceptable.
I mean,
ANQ's he's not doing well. He's not doing
I
well. 20
agree
per
that
game,
20
no.
is not a. I get that 20 is not a great number, but then also you have to consider that the recent games have not even gone beyond 15 rounds to begin with.
No,
So
I
you
was
can't
I
really
was
blame the guy.
I was being sarcastic, but okay, no problem. Yay, Anna gets it. All right, no problem. Okay,
Anna
like I
doesn't
was
get
saying,
it.
ANQ
Anna is
is
very
the
bad at
star player.
sarcasm.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll catch you up to speed once you're here in Bangalore to Castellan. But hey, like I said, the players, of course, are going to have quite a bit of a clash themselves. Deathmaker is going to be the point of attention today, at least in my opinion, because he did not have quite the game in the previous matchup against Orangutan. He was struggling on the raise. He had his moments. Yes, he was still their most impactful player, or I would say, rather wasn't the most impactful. I would say he was the top fragger, and that's got nothing to do with having the most impact. But he did have quite a bit of a load on his shoulders that he carried by himself. And I think that against ANQ's versatility, they both play the same role in their teams.
Yes.
They're both that, trifecta of playing the Raze, Chamber, Jet. But hey, what have I got to say about all of this? We'll find out eventually as the game starts, as we got the agent selection in. And we'll have a look at what exactly is going to be the pickup of True Rippers. Is Deathmaker going to pick that Chamber, or is he going to go for the Raze? Somebody else going to do the work? We'll find out. It looks like Caramel's going to
What?
continue his race pickup. And on the other side, Deathmakers picked up the Cypher. Okay, he's turned the notch up a little bit. He seems to have given us quite a bit of a differential. I love this. I like this. Deathmaker with a little bit of versatility. Give me more of this. I love it. Absolutely great stuff here.
Absolutely. I mean, Techno is still sticking to his, initiator role, going in with a fade. We are seeing Helif and Vibhor be on the controllers. Vibhor, I love seeing this guy on a controller as well as an initiator. Both the things he does play very well. Disrupt
Yep.
on the duelist is gonna be pretty disruptive, but again, he does have a counter race coming in from the side of Caramel. And the last time we saw these two face off as raises, there was a lot that went wrong for the side of
Select
True
your
Rippers.
agent.
None of the showstoppers worked for Disrupt, while every single one worked out for Caramel. So
True.
let's see how that one goes. But yeah, about the controller agents, what do you gotta say? Like, we are seeing Viper Omen on one side and Harbor Omen on the other. They both are like smoke and wall combinations. But
Yep.
which one would you prefer on Sunset?
I would say that given the control of RGE, they don't care about the Harbor as much because Harsh can play both. It's not too
True.
much trouble. I would agree that Harbor is better because, of course, you would love that curved wall, but the Viper presents a lot more utility in terms of a sentinel, right? She's a pseudo sentinel. She can hold off the site on her own. Her damage, the utility damage that she gives is quite a bit of a useful tool for not just her to, take fights and make it easier, but also get her teammates set up in certain ways as well. And the Viper Spit, in my opinion, is a far more suitable ult on both
Yes.
defense and attack. When you compare it to Harbor's Reckoning, and ironic that Reckoning is not used for Reckoning Esports. But hey, let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. The game is live. Map number 1, Sunset on the horizon, as Reckoning will take on True Rippers on the attack, and they will be hoping to continue their domination on this map.
Well, let's see how this one turns around. Is Reckoning gonna be able to keep unfurling their flag onto this map, or is True Rippers gonna be able to rip through it? Is gonna be the question this time around. Being on the attacking side, True Rippers trying to go for a B split, I think. The spike, however, is still not committed to any of the sites, so it could take its turn anyway.
Yeah, they've taken B main control for the moment, and they've left a little bit of gap towards mid as well. But Disrupt is going to find the first gap himself by taking out A and Q. That's a good kill. That's forced off rotations. You can see smoke coming down as well. And now RGE need an opening of their own, which could come in towards mid. Voya, he's way too much in the open. Does secure himself a bit of room to play with. And the smoke comes in. They know that this is going to be an A split. And you can see that there is no real rotation being caused here. Maybe the A side is left for a retake as Voya. Nate comes, blows up in his face, takes out half his health, and the A site will be available for a plant.
30 seconds left.
True Rippers already with the plant in and numbers up. They are looking good for the first setup for success already. No entry point left alone for the side of Reckoning Esports. Now even attempting to get this plant defused is gonna be a hard run. With all that intel being collected by Deathmaker, that's another added benefit that's being run by
Ooh.
True Rippers. And the numbers, even though the trades are coming in, will look good for True
What?
Rippers. In a 2v1, Harsh getting sandwiched from both sides will get taken down by Helif to close this off.
It's nice to
see this happen.
Yeah. It's nice to see Helif on the Harbor as well, because I don't think we've ever seen him before on one of the what you could categorize as a aggressive controller, right? Harbor is a fresh look for him. I don't think he's played it before as much, or even if he's played it, I genuinely can't remember. But it is nice to see him on a bit of a change, and he's looking strong, of course, coming in today. Early good start. And they find the pistol, and they've left Disrupt now with a Vandal towards B main. He's got support. He might just have a bit of trouble in front of him. Harsh is going to try and bait out for A and Q here. Doesn't work. There it is. The bait comes in. He just wanted to eat up the Prowler for him. And A and Q, he's been found, and he will be able to teleport away, of course. The chamber allows that. But on the other side of the map, Deathmaker, he finds a lurk kill onto the Omen. And True Rippers instantly will be trying to cave into probably that very direction of where the kill has come. Unless Voya can find one. Nah, he's going to go down as well. And that should be the A site being gathered up by True Rippers.
Completely keeping the defense guessing from the side of True Rippers. With the choke point being already flooded in, it is going to be an easy entry for the side of True Rippers to go on and hold the site as well, with the high tide already denying all the information that Reckoning can acquire.
Spike planted.
Now we know ANQ can make changes, but only if he can see what he's shooting.
One enemy
He
remaining.
doesn't have that opportunity anymore.
Maker. 4 in the round for him, and he will not be given the ace, but that's okay. He was the main reason for them to pull out this bonus round, forgive me, the anti-eco round. He was the one with the entries, of course, and no damages whatsoever for the side of True Rippers. They're going to be pretty happy with their economy at this point. And as we move in further into this game, yes, the full buy for the side of RGE. Half armors could be a little bit dangerous for them because they know that the opponent is on a bonus, which means that those Spectres and Bulldogs could kind of give them trouble if the spray downs connect one head, one, two body. That should be enough. Caramel, he takes in a bit of information, and that's actually going to be nothing that the fact that he himself has been tagged up. Voya's going to try and spam up a bit towards mid, give them a bit of warning. But True Rippers, they pay no attention. They want to get in towards high mid. And Karamel's holding this angle. He's holding a little bit of a neep angle. He might get swinged. Yep, there he goes. That's a really dangerous angle to hold, even if you're a Raze who can satchel away. And now True Rippers, they have another opening to play with.
Numbers advantage and complete control of the area towards mid is going to give them another round that they can actually convert in their favor. Weaponry is not as good as they would want it to be, but it's still not too bad to deal with. This time around, Fox will keep on waiting and nobody is seeming to check the corner. They do. They do, and without any damage, unscathed, they escape. Fox will be relocated.
Oh, he gets to jump in, and he might just get absolutely bummed there. And he does. Disrupt's going to take him out midair as the last man standing
Spike
towards that
planted.
close A site, along with his teammate. He's going to rotate back towards the site that they were initially on. RGE facing problems early on Sunset. It seems like True Rippers have come in with quite the practice. They've read well into this game, it seems, and they have understood that RGE, if they don't let you take mid, they will make sure that they don't even let you touch it. But if they're giving you mid, which is their usual conduct, they, kind of play on the extremities of the A and B side and play for the mid region from A link and B link. They kind of just let it sit there and they let the opponents take it, and they eventually find the mid control later. And that is actually kind of punishing them because they probably didn't expect True Rippers to push in that much. And Harsh, he misses a double spray down, although Voya finds two. That's a good bit of damage, but it's not going to be anything great because Reckoning need rounds here.
Yep, and that one was literally a bonus for True Rippers. So getting a few frags there was really not going to change much. And here they are, like, even the saved weaponry is not really going to be carried forward. They are going to be investing into assault rifles this round.
Careful here.
Reckoning just not in a very good position. Who would have dreamt that on Sunset Reckoning would find it difficult? Yes.
I mean, it's just been two maps that they've played overall. So yeah, there was obviously going to be one point of time where somebody comes in with a bit of a plan to take them out. And so far it's been working for True Rippers. But Voya, he tries to maybe make that plan a little bit uneasy. Takes out the first player. That's one controller lost. With no harm. Vapor is still alive, and he's got his smokes available as well. The second one's going to come in about 15 seconds from now. As True Rippers, once again, they go for their default split. 2 on mid, 2 on B, leaving Deathmaker to hold off A alone. But he's getting itchy for a kill. He needs an opening. And his patience might just not be... Will it be? No, yes it will actually. Deathmaker finds him. Caramel was not ready for that. And the ultimate, the neural theft gives them so much information. They know that the A side's practically open, and they can just run in like all four players, and there it goes. Fox, he's probably gonna die here, and he does. Disrupt's gonna take him out with this Vandal instead of the paint shells, and the last man standing is gonna watch his teammates die behind him from spawn as Deathmaker. The impact from this guy is double, tripled from the previous game as we saw when he was playing the Raze. The Cypher clearly working for him so far.
It sure is. Voya does finish his third, but he's gonna be taken down by Vibor and True Rippers with their fourth round in hand. They have literally left Reckoning begging for a round now. This time around, with the timeout already going on, I think Reckoning will be able to find themselves at least a couple of rounds, but the adjustment from the side of True Rippers might just come in stronger because the way they are playing right now, it seems like they have gotten every single strat down. They have gotten all of their practice, all of their timing is so good on this map as well. The moment a player gets picked off, we see the right kind of retaliation coming in, and
Yeah.
that's just very on point from the side of True Rippers. Like I'm seeing Reckoning literally being scattered around in pieces right now.
Yeah, they're not having a set. It seems like their default that's been working so far. The disciplined hold that they keep on with, two at B, one of course playing the extremity towards B link to have a look towards mid so that they can have a crossfire setup if required. That's not been working with Caramel because A and Q has been shut down pretty much every single time. So there's no defensive utility actually in their hands that they're able to make complete use of. And on the A side, they're playing really passive. They know that they want to play on the retake because the chamber is heavy on that B site. So retake is the scenario usually that they're going for. And now it seems like they want to kind of switch up things. They're going for the aggressive A push, it seems, from the defense. And this could prove to be a little bit helpful. Out comes a smoke, but it doesn't even matter. They've already crossed it. That one way is going to be of no use. They thought it's going to stop him, but it's not. Deathmaker. He's on his best, it seems, and he gets another opening. Once again, the Cypher is going to be the one to find the first blood, not their duelist. And Harsh, he's got trouble, and he whiffs again. True Rippers are in this game from the get-go with quite the form. And once again, Reckoning, they're out for the save.
Reckoning is just trying to hang by a thread right now, and that thread is taking way too long to reach to the site. ANQ, the star player that you were so talking about, has not even gotten enough opportunity to take up fights, let alone commit to them.
Yeah, exactly.
And
They're
I mean,
not
yeah,
giving him that fight is the problem, right? He wants those
exactly.
because they know that he's predominantly a B player.
remaining.
And Deathmaker, forget it. He's gonna get all of them. Never mind. ANQ, okay, that's the one he needed. He's looking for another. He might just find it. Never mind. A lot of spray downs. He's gonna try and hold his headhunter to get this kill. It's gonna come through, yes, but he might just get taken down here. Yes, he will. Okay, now this is the problem, right? I'm gonna point it out it's pretty plain and simple. The problem is that this A main take that they just try to take, I'm not quite sure why they had 3 players there in the first bit. They maybe wanted to go for an attack. There was a setup towards elbow. Yes, Fox was peeking that angle, but Deathmaker from the first round itself, he's been pretty good. So you challenging him towards that A set when he's done that every single round is kind of I would say a misjudgment of a decision. Maybe you want to go for a bit of a different approach. You want to push him on his face and take him out of that space, gain that space for yourself. But no, they're holding on, they're waiting for it, and now they've finally shifted up A and Q to maybe win his fights. And there we go. This should have been done 2 rounds ago, maybe. A little too late, but not completely out of the blue. As Deathmaker now, he's looking for another opening. Once again, he just walks in and walks into the A side, which has been opened up thanks to his team's Harbor's ultimate, the Reckoning, which will give them the entire A side for free.
Well, with the Nightfall already committed as well, there's going to be a lot of intel for True Rippers to work with, and Reckoning is going to find it slightly hard. However, this is going to be a much better round for Reckoning than all the ones they've already faced.
I know exactly where you are.
Holding on to their
Man.
grounds. Oh no, this neural theft just makes it difficult. After one good start, but the fight will keep rolling in their favor. Reckoning with those 3 frags now comes to a 1v3 situation where Fox will seal things off for the side of RGE. And finally, a victory that they've been seeking for a really long time. An awaited win comes in their favor.
Keep yourself together.
Well, it did come pretty interestingly close. I think that True Rippers had control of that round, but unfortunately, they just had a bit of a sandwich movement that they couldn't handle. They took care of the backstab. That one-way smoke that was put in by the defense actually ended up taking out Disrupt's life itself. Not Disrupt, forgive me. It took out, was it Disrupt? No, it was Caramel. Caramel's life, because he came on the backstab and he got taken out by his own teammates' one-way smoke. His teammates were able to cover up for it, of course, as they came in, Voya and Fox, to take the final 2 frags, of course. And now, as ANQ sits on the A side, you can instantly see Deathmaker has been put there on his usual duties. He's just going to hold it off and wait for a push while the rest of his team just explore the mid and B region. They want to maybe try and take this Viper out of this hidey hole, which has quite the distance covered with this Viper's Pit. And Deathmaker he's going to get punished for his exploratory duties. And that's going to be quite the big kill as well. He's been the one who's found them quite the opening so far. And now, mid seems to be where the attention for moved, and ANQ, he's going to give them that attention, and he's going to kill another.
And Q finally stepping up, finally getting the fights to show support to the team. And with that tour de force, he has sent True Rippers back home. Vibor, however, will be able to get that final frag for himself. Still trying to balance the numbers, and Reckoning still on the better side of it. With that Viper's Pit,
30
they
seconds
still have
left.
complete control of Site B. Site A is still not penetrated by the players of True Rippers, and this is completely out of control. Time is running out, and for the first time on this map, we are seeing True Rippers actually fighting it off against time to begin with.
10 seconds left.
Oh, disrupt.
Dropped. Finds two, out with the showstopper, just making sure nobody comes near his teammate who's planting. He's going to protect him with that big rocket launcher, and the boar on the other side is going to make sure that Reckoning don't push any further. And the last kill here should be not coming to hand of Disrupt. I was going to say that, but he was pretty darn low. And Harsh will get taken out by Techno. He was ready for that angle, but just could not fire fast enough. And Techno will seal number 6. Once again, that A take, it doesn't matter that the punish came in. ANQ found 2 big kills, man. But eventually, in the end, it turned out to be quite the problem for the rest of the team. ANQ, yes, he's fragging out of his mind. But when it comes to defending that side, that elbow region has been so easy for True Rippers to take. They've been walking into A elbow like it's nothing, take control, push the defenders back, and even win fights if needed. And they find 6 like it's pretty easy for them on Sunset so far.
I would completely agree. True Rippers, the way they're playing, it's definitely surprising every single player on the side of Reckoning Esports, and they have still some time to get back from it. Oh no, this team. Whether you give them the weaponry or not, they do come in strong and long. With a Headhunter and a Sheriff, they have acquired 2 to begin with, and True Rippers this time around, with the numbers disadvantage, will be finding it hard to fight long. We are already with a good enough weaponry. Now with the intel also given with the true trademark, we'll be able to come in for the support of ANQ. And this is going to become an impenetrable situation for the side of True Rippers.
But look at the amount of chaos that Vibor's causing. Disrupt's taken out 1, but Vibor's actually gone down to Voya. And now the B-side's been opened up, but Karamo, all he's got is a classic and a judge. 1 showstopper, maybe put his pain show. He does the job. Elef's been left alone now, and he will have a bit of work to do here. The Satchel pushes him up, but he still finds 2. And Karamo cannot take this fight because he's got only a judge. A showstopper is available, but he's still a little nervous to use it. He wants to go for the retake more because he knows ANQ is on 1 HP. Elef, he's playing this actually pretty smart. He might just find Karamo here. Never mind. Karamo's ready for that as well. He takes him out. That's going to be 2-6. Reckoning have to thank Karamo there, because if he wouldn't have gotten that kill with the pain shells on the Disrupt, I think that 2v3 would have been a real possibility. 2v4 would have been a real possibility for True Rippers.
Sure would have been, but well, the comeback from the side of Reckoning is on the roll. They have been able to push this through, but it has to continue for a lot many rounds. Now, here's the thing. Generally, when we do see a team, start making a couple of rounds for themselves after a long run, they do not make rounds which are going to be replicable. But this time around, I'm not seeing that flaw. Reckoning is in a position where they can back and back consistently keep on delivering similar results unless an adjustment comes in from the side of True Rippers. So there is still a lot of hope for Reckoning to close this half on an equalizer.
The mid take seems a little bit likely. Fox is going to try and hold it off for a bit. They're spamming on the other side. Hush actually has found 2. He's gotten 2 out of nothing, it seems. And Disrupt is going to try and return the favor. He finds Fox and he eliminates another ultimate wielder for Reckoning. And Vibor is going to use his own to try and gain a little bit of map control. Again, look at that split. They use that ultimate to get him towards spawn so that they can actually clear off those angles and allow themselves to get into the A side. But ANQ, his positioning is prime. If he can maybe find one here, which might not be expected because the trademark is towards A main. So they might expect him to be a little bit towards elbow. The flash does go in and they set up disrupt for that kill, but nobody's going to be
30
there
seconds
because
left.
ANQ is still a little bit more passive. Out comes Voya from the spawn and he finds two. Make that a third as well. Voya, the sneaky little bugger, comes in from the back lines and he makes sure nobody spots him. And this was actually the problem of True Rippers because honestly, one of their players should be having their eye onto this back site. I get it that one was watching elbow and one was watching main while the other one was planting, but damn, the timing got the better of them, and Voya, he made the best use of it.
He sure did, and with this scoreline, it seems like Reckoning is on their way into
There.
a very
Careful
good
here.
start, even though it did not seem like it towards the beginning of the game. True Rippers, however, do have to find an answer because considering that they are the new ones onto the map, they will have a lot to carry forward from the first half itself because being on the attacking side, the pace control will stay with you. But on the other side, things might not look good. Ultimates after ultimates being committed from the side of True Rippers. It's a very expensive round and it's necessary to get a good interest on that expense.
Yeah, oh, they push him off. That Cypher cage is going to be a problem. ANQ is still so hungry for that kill. He wants to actually fight the players, but Disrupt, he takes out Fox, the one and only rat sitting in that site who could have actually prevented them from taking the site. He's gone without even a single kill, and ANQ is going to try his best, but he's been smoked off twice. He's going to exchange the operator with Voya because Voya is down to 5 HP, but here comes a showstopper to try and work things out. He will not get it. Karamel's gone down less than 10 as well in that process. And True Rippers, everybody's healthy. All these ultimates being used are of no practical use, it seems.
Satchel out.
And now, they're gonna try and work this out with the players coming in from main, but Vibor is ready for the trade. He's got the crossfire set up, the peek and bait, and Deathmaker, as strong as he ever is, continues his dominance.
No one to interrogate.
Finds the final two, and True Rippers will go to the second half with the lead of a minimum 2 rounds.
Oh goodness, every single ultimate on the board was used in this particular round and it did bring a result that was favorable for the side of True Rippers altogether. Beautifully done, but yet again, not a very replicable round. However, there's still a good number of lead that True Rippers will be able to carry forward. And then again, considering that they had the pistol rounds in their favor, we can hope for the same to happen in the second half as well. And that could give True Rippers a good start on Sunset, which was supposed to be Reckoning's win. This time around, though, there's a lot of chaos towards site B, and every single attack is trying to get into the site, but they are being held off by all the raise util that's being deployed from the side of Caramel.
There.
He has run out of his boom bot and paint shells now, so it's gonna be slightly harder to hold on to this angle going further. But he does have support from the remaining team. Yes, the choke point will be smoked off to make it easier for the fights to walk into their favor when they do, instead of having to find them.
He switches up instantly, and he will be known that he's here. Disrupt flies into their faces, but he's got 2 players waiting for him. Vibor will trade back in that form, but it's still a 3 versus 4 in the favor of Reckoning. And instantly, True Rippers, they seem to want to change their course. They're going towards mid, and Harsh is here, and he's going to try and hold him off for as long as he can. The A site is susceptible. It is pretty open, and Vibor, he comes in at the right time, at the right place, and finds the right kill needed. Because that Viper's Wall would have proved to be quite the detriment. He puts in the smokes as well to protect his team. But Voya, he might just have the right timing on them. He's got a Prowler to work without it. Goes, gives them a little bit of information so that ANQ can actually peek out of the smoke. And out he goes. But the Harbor Wall comes in as well. Is he going to go through this? Is that going to be the decision? It would be quite the problematic one if he does choose to. Takes up elbow, clears it out. And Techno, he's playing the safe. But out comes the Haunt in his hands. He's going to get the kill anyway. Now it's going to be Helef. The last 2 players left on either side. It's going to be the Fades who have to be supported by their Sentinel and crossover. Controller, it's going to be the Sentinel who wins the duel. As Helif, he can try his level best, but Voya was ready for that swing, and the fourth comes on for Reckoning.
Last round before the switch.
With one last chance for Reckoning to close down the lead as close as possible, and True Rippers for them to build it as further as they can take it from Reckoning. One last round in this first half, and that's about it. To start off, we do have very impactful ultimates for the side of True Rippers. The one on the side of Reckoning does not look as useful. And also, nobody else is close to the ultimates. Harsh will have the Viper Spit on again, and we know how it was being used the last time around. There's a lot of time that Reckoning can buy with it. But this time around, it seems like True Ripper wants to take Harsh out of the game as quickly as possible before the Viper Spit can even come online.
Well, the B side seems quite likely. They've already taken that market control. They've got only 2 players on site here. Yes, they've got information, but Disrupt comes in with his own big showstopper. He will take out one before his teammate, after his teammate goes down. And DM King is going to follow up with another there. The plant goes down from before, and it seems likely to be an 8-4 because a 4v2 retake with practically no utility on their hands, just the one paranoia to set up, and a operator on the back of it as well. It's going to be quite the difficulty to try. Fox with one smoke. He will have a blind coming through. He gets 1 kill, but the swing comes out from the other side, and Deathmaker is not missing anything today as his Cypher is rewarded for every bit of patience that he's learned to play with on this map. He's turned over a new leaf, it seems, and his versatility just keeps proving to be quite the valuable addition for his team as he's 18-8 up, and that was, ladies and gentlemen, on the attack.
And being a sentinel, nonetheless. I mean, DM King, he's doing great for the team right now, and the team looks in great shape thanks to him because everyone else is pretty close in number of frags to the players of Reckoning Esports. Well, like, the way he is surmounting the number of frags that he has is huge. Does not have any assists though, because he does not leave his work undone. Goes for the kill. Thirsty for blood. But well, this time around, being on the defensive side, it will become slightly difficult for DM King to give as much impact, and the rest of the team will have to step up. Because again, being on one single site as the solo anchor is gonna give him very less mobility to go ahead and drop dead bodies.
Well, they are looking to cause a bit of commotion towards mid, and they might want to end up towards wherever they find the first pick, or the opposite of it, actually. That's what they've done in their first bit of rounds. But Caramel, he takes out the first person. There is a controller deficiency on the side of True Rippers. They still have one more, though. Vibor is going to have to stay alive for as long as possible because his utility is really important. Another cover up towards mid. Reckoning still not moving. They want to get another pick. This is what they usually do on their attack. They take mid control in the slowest form possible. And True Rippers have unfortunately and undeniably had to give it to them. DM, he's got a bit of trouble in front of him. A grenade comes in his way. No damage given to him just yet, but the B site has completely been taken control of. A retake here, 4v5. Reckoning have 2 players pretty darn low on health. Is this a doable one for the boys in black and white?
Well, let's see how this is gonna turn around. True Ripper so far not making a lot of noise, but this drop has been heard by NQ and he's ready. But Karamal will already get taken down, and DM King, there is no stopping this guy on his back. The rest of the team has found themselves an entry into the side. Now all they have to do is make sure that the defuse can happen.
It's already half stuck.
Numbers,
Then Deathmaker.
Player standing.
Oh boy, well done, Vipor. A good man to stick the defuse there. He knew that his team was losing, but he had to just go for it. The diffuser, I think that even the second diffuser was actually taken out, and Vibor at the end just went in and instantly caught the defuse on the back of it. And he just went for it. Voya lost his bullets and he had to reload, and that was the gap needed. Deathmaker, again, the point of grace for his team. Him finding those 2 kills was really important, especially the first one on Karamo. Because Karamo could have actually cut off that retake with Deathmaker's kill right there. but he's on point. He's come on a different thing today, it seems. And once again, Reckoning on a bit of pressure, a lot of pressure actually, as True Rippers have put up 9 on the board and they're looking at their 10th pretty comfortably to come in here.
Exactly. This time around, we are seeing an adjustment coming in from the side of True Rippers. They did realize that there's more leaning towards site A from the side of Reckoning, and hence they have moved DM King towards site A. An early loss has been faced, but the fight is coming in long and strong. DM King, though, does get taken out after one single frag for the team. The numbers on the side of Reckoning are looking good,
Spike down mid.
but True Rippers still trying to balance it off.
Oh, the spike's been dropped, and look at that cover. They got it. Disrupt coming in from mid. He got in from Market Link, and he finds one. And Tekna's gonna take out ANQ towards A main. He heard that, and he was gonna be able to. He's gonna be able to take him out pretty easily, and he does as well. Harsh, last man standing, gets to work with, but he's got a flank coming in, and that's gonna be Vibor. 10-4. It's almost poetic as Reckoning have now watched the sun set pretty fast on themselves when they've been able to do it for quite some teams in the recent past. But True Rippers have come into this game with quite the vigor and quite the practice, it seems, and they are in total control of whatever is going on across this entire map. Yes, it's a buy around for Reckoning, but we've seen before, True Rippers, they're not afraid to play well on their bonus, and they might just end up doing it once again. They're not taking mid control just yet, True Rippers. They're not really too keen about it because they know in the end, no matter how much they push, Reckoning gonna find it anyway. So they just let it go and play for the safety, and that's really good from them because they're reading Reckoning exactly the way they should be doing, and they're holding them off from every single proper opening that they can. And that's gonna force Reckoning to just keep waiting and waiting until they themselves move in for a pick.
Reckoning tried to deny the mobility on the side of Cypher by taking the spy cam off and making DM King kind of worried about who's going to push towards site A. But then the support coming in from the side of Helef has made it easier for DM King to hold from all the way back at the site and play for retake. The amount of intel already gathered by Disrupt right now is huge. He has literally cleared every single nook and cranny outside of B. And this is looking good for the side of True Rippers. This intel is gonna give them enough information to
30
go
seconds
ahead
left.
and pincer the players of Reckoning from multiple angles. And that's exactly what True Rippers is moving towards.
Oh, Helef, he spotted one, but he had to let him run away. Out comes the neural theft from Deathmaker. He does get a lot of information, but Reckoning are in trouble here because they've got one player pretty darn low once again. Karamo, he might just be in trouble, but Harsh, he takes him a little bit time to get settled in. He does get one, but he needs a little bit more. Helef, though, he finds Karamal out from the smoke. He pops, gets another with a Bulldog, and Tekno's going to take out Harsh. They know he's here, and down he goes, but Voya, he's going to try and save his team. The Cove comes in, the half defuse can be stuck here, and Voya's actually now firing in. He wants to go in for himself. Half defuse been stuck, they know where he is. The spam comes in, and Helef will take it with the Sheriff. And with that, 11-4 Reckoning. What's happened?
This is stupendous performance coming in from the side of True Rippers. Another timeout coming in from the side of Reckoning, but I don't think it's gonna be as useful as they need it to be. This is just the delay of the inevitable. Because this time around, the way True Rippers are playing, I mean, first of all, they just won their bonus. We know what happens after that. It's again a save for the side of Reckoning Esports, and that's gonna put them at a huge weaponry disadvantage, and being on the attacking side with that is even more harder. So being able to get this round is going to be very difficult to begin with. And then being on the match point, True Rippers will need literally one single mistake coming in from the side of Reckoning Esports to go ahead and seize the map completely. So I don't think there's much that can be done from the side of Reckoning Esports right now. All they can do is just get a little more rounds so that they have a little more, hope for the next map.
Yeah, this is quite the beating down that they've taken on a map that they've been practically unbeatable on, at least so far, the 2 times that they've played it. They've been absolutely on point. No turnovers whatsoever for them. But right now, they are in a pickle. They need to get themselves out. And a buy round is still sufficient for them. They have forced in here. But this could be the end for them if they're not careful enough. Reckoning need this round win right here, right now. Or else we're going to watch the Lotus map come in without any sort of remorse from True Rippers. They'll be heading into that map with quite a bit of confidence as well. Once again, Reckoning seemingly want to take mid, and Vibor and Helef, they're ready for this crossfire. It's gonna be 1 for 2. No, ANQ gets the kill. Out comes one more, and ANQ saves his team for the time being. Deathmaker's good for 1, but he's not gonna get more than that. Reckoning Esports this time pushed together as a squad of 4, and they find what they need, and that is the control of the A side. And this time, it is significantly more stronger than they did before. This was a good movement from them to take 4 as a team and go in for the mid control. Push both those cross-firing people out of their positions, make them a little confused, and in the end, take A with absolute force.
United we stand, divided we fall. Reckoning took it pretty seriously. And well, they have been able to convert a victory for themselves on the back of it. One last fight, and that is about it. It's not even going to be enough time for Techno to even change the result of this round.
Yeah, he's going to
There
not
it
even
is.
get a complimentary frag there towards the end. He's going to get taken down 11-5. Reckoning, while they do have an ultimate to work with, I think they might need just a little bit more than one ultimate at this point to get them these rounds. Yes, they didn't require one in the previous one, but how many times can they repeat the same thing? Because look at this, True Rippers now, they've changed up their methods. They want to go towards mid themselves. Yet it's an eco for them, and that's exactly why they want to actually get into the face of their opponents and maybe force out a bit of uncomfortability. And they've got 2 big ultimates to actually make that work, and it might just come in through. Deathmaker, while he has been put into a bit of a passive role here, it's going to be Disrupt who needs to make this happen. The showstopper is in his hands. Reckoning have let go of that mid control this time as they focus on A, where 1 tripwire and 1 camera wait for them. Nothing else. Everybody else from the side of True Rippers have made their way towards A, and they're now going to be going on a big 4-man flank.
Beautifully done from the side of True Rippers. They have changed things up quite a bit. No suspicion from
kill.
the side of Reckoning so far. The chaos has begun, and True Rippers constantly trying to make good on it, but ANQ just disturbing the number of players on their side. Very little HP sustained on him as well.
Helef actually wins that, and they could actually go for half the defuse here because the Cove is available, and they don't know this. Now they're going to spam it down. Finally, they know it. Fox is in a pretty conspicuous angle there. He's still not been found. He could be in trouble the minute that smoke dissipates away. They're spamming him down, but ANQ comes in from the backlines, and he saves the round for his team with his 3K. Fox will swing out in the end. Helef could only do so much, even though Fox is having the worst game probably that he's had in this entire tournament so far. He still is good enough to shoot the final member of True Rippers as he clutches out number 6 for Reckoning. They still in this game. They're still not out of it completely. Yes, it is quite the distance for them to cover up, but True Rippers, that was an eco, and the amount of damage that they caused in an eco to take out 4 members was amazing. And they still have so much more coming.
Sure do, sure do. What seemed completely impossible now seems like it can be done. I mean, it's not a very far-fetched thought. However, it's still gonna be a huge steep climb for the side of Reckoning though. DM King missing his shot will be falling back instantly,
Karama.
not gonna overextend his fights. But Caramel with the first frag for his team will draw blood from the side of True Rippers,
Watching here.
making it slightly difficult to hold on with lesser numbers on the defensive side. DM King alone in sight, caught with knife in hand. This is an important fight and he loses it. The complete site control rolls in the favor of Reckoning, and with that they have the number advantage as well. True Rippers, this is almost being snatched away from them.
Yeah, it seems likely that the 7th is going to cause them a bit of panic here. because Reckoning are inching in closer and closer. They didn't even have to use any crazy ultimates, and neither have they taken an inch of damage in this round. It was Karamo and his heroics. The first kill he got, it instantly opened up that B site, and they flushed themselves straight in to find an empty site for themselves. Well, they did have one player waiting for them, but even he got absolutely blindsided. And now the last three members, they're going to save their weapons for a better round because they want to end this as soon as possible. And Karamo's going to find Disrupt sitting in a corner waiting for his dead Techno. He's not going to let A and Q travel any further, but Karamo's feeling a bit of confidence now. And he wants to kind of have an outing forward, and he gets a fourth as well. The last man will safely go to the next round, but his two teammates, he was hoping that they join him too. Two Rippers. Now the nervousness starts to creep into their spines as they will hope that maybe this next eco round is going to be their last eco round so that they can finish it off in the bye round that follows that one. Because Reckoning, they are inching in closer, and it's going to be slow and creepy, but it's going to be quite the powerful punch if they make the comeback.
Oh, sure will be. Let's see how it's gonna turn around, because so far, Reckoning is seeming like they have found themselves the right footing in this second half. True Rippers this time around, they are trying to go for something new again. A four-man stack towards site A. Nobody really present towards site B. Finally, they are sending Helef in to hold off the grounds. But the information will be denied from the side of Reckoning using the toxin screen. So Helef will be constantly wondering what's happening.
Move here.
They're going to take a bit of a slow approach, it seems, in this round. They're going to just give in a bit of information towards mid, gather that space, and then instantly get out of there. And True Rippers themselves aren't too keen about taking that mid, it seems. They're heavily gambling this on A, which might be quite the wrong read because, as we can see, of course, and True Rippers can, the cavalry of the attack is slowly marching on towards B. They've got pretty much a free site. Gonna be no problems whatsoever playing this. And there it is. The scan comes in. The expensive recon dart from the Omen is gonna get them to rotate off instantly. He spotted at least three in the bare minimum, I would say. And they know the plant's going down as well, so they should be aware of the fact that these Reckoning players could be anywhere. Oh, Helef! That spot is huge! He's gonna get spammed down to 50 HP. And he's gonna have quite a bit of trouble now.
This is a lot of chaos with every single player inside the site trying to get as many frags as they can. Two for Caramel with that showstopper, but the retaliation from the side of Disrupt was just so strong, but not enough to make Reckoning lose out and give True Rippers the match point that they want. Oh, very, very good return on the ultimate investment coming in from the side of Reckoning Esports, man. 2 frags at a very crucial point of time. Well done.
And there's the stop. There's the full stop that they were looking for. A break in the sentence that was Reckoning writing for them. Pretty much a death sentence so far. And True Ripper is saying, nah, we've got the punctuations. We're going to stop it with this timeout because we need to try and understand how this next half of the story is going to be written. We're going to try to maybe stop the bleeding and maybe come up with a plan. Are they going to try and be a little bit more proactive because this second half hasn't been what they were hoping for? Yes, they started off really well. They got 3 rounds in a row off the bat, but Reckoning have found 5 of their own. 4 actually, forgive me. 4 of their own. And they've been in quite the role here. They want to continue that. Once again, it seems like True Rippers, they want to go for that mid take, which has been their best bet so far. We can see, forgive me, placing up the Raze, the Cypher, and of course the Harbor here. They're gonna go for that aggressive wall. They're gonna let Disrupt get in a little bit aggressive, but Reckoning, they're hoping for a bit of information. They don't need to actually do anything though, because the minute they actually, yeah, there we go. They just walked through a wall. Mid controls theirs, and they've given up everything. One tripwire to stop them from coming through, and that's what Helef is gonna actually kind of One kill comes in through. The second not gonna come in, but the third is an instant trade. Deathmaker comes in from mid and he finds one for himself. Still a 3v3. Make that a 3v2. ANQ spams down probably what is the most important kill, and ANQ has found his groove towards the end of this game here. 11
Better late
to
than
9.
never, and he. Sorry?
Spike
I was gonna say it's
planted.
gonna be 11 to 9 now.
Oh yes, oh yes. It is gonna be quite a comeback story that Reckoning is ready here to write for themselves. And True Rippers, they must be losing confidence here with literally 11 rounds in the pocket against just 4 from the other side. They've been literally tumbling down.
Yeah. They most certainly have, and on the back of which Rippers are going to feel a lot more scared now. One after the other, the rounds are just falling through. And once it trickles down to 11-11, Reckoning are going to make a wish. And that's going to be to take back the map of Sunset, their first love, their true love. I wouldn't say their first love, their true love.
No one is moved.
And keep that 100% record continuing. True Rippers, they might have lost that on Lotus yesterday against Orangutan, but today they're hoping for a bit of a different story, because if they want to actually win this best of 3, they need to win Sunset here right now, or else things might take a turn for the worse. Reckoning have come off of 2 days of great form, and yes, this game didn't start off the best way for them, but they've been able to get back with a bit of a warm-up, it seems. And they know that they can now turn this game around. Once again, that mid control being denied for Reckoning, but it's not going to be denied completely because those smokes only last for so long, and True Rippers are not too keen on sending in their players to occupy those spaces. The Prowler and blind combo. Voya finds the first, but there's a trade-up. Disrupt, he gets 2! Looking for the third, he's got the spike at his feet, but Karama's going to try and force him out. The exchange of paint shows, the showstopper coming out. Touches nobody, but the spike is still there, and Reckoning have got a bit of job to do.
Oh well. Reckoning definitely does seem like they will be able to find a few more frags here, but the position on Disrupt is gonna be kind of disrespectful for the side of Caramel. He will have to walk out of here as quickly as possible without
Deathmaker.
losing his life, but they are losing players. Again, Disrupt, thanks to his position, gets one more. It's a
30 seconds
1v3
left.
now. All on the back of Hirsch, who's already finding it very difficult to hold his ground in this map.
Yeah, he's just gonna walk
Spike,
through
the
here.
numbers, everything is out of his control now.
Yeah, he's gonna have 3 players fighting his way, but it's gonna be Disrupt again, of course. The one and only who saved True Rippers out of this turmoil. Yes, there was quite a bit of a connection here, but Disrupt played that so well. He repositioned at the right time. He waited for Vibor's flash to come in. The exact exchange that we saw from Reckoning came in from True Rippers as well. They said, if you've got a paranoia, so do we, man. And instantly, they waited and played it perfectly on Disrupt's call. Vibora launched it out. He found 2, made sure that the spike dropped at his feet. The grenade made sure that nobody pushed in at the back of that
You want
either.
to play?
And
Let's
in the
play.
end, match point trickles towards True Rippers. 9-12. And Reckoning Esports now in a huge amount of pressure.
For every single round coming forward, that is going to be the situation for the side of Reckoning Esports. With 2 of the force already online, they are going to be making sure that they watch all the angles that they want to keep themselves aware of while moving across the site. All the peak points be covered. But Disrupt, ANQ did not spot him.
Here.
There's a lot that can go wrong right now. Even Hellef, if he catches the right timing, he can actually have a frag right onto the head of ANQ.
Yeah, he does swing that angle. He gets one and he's almost away with it as well. He does get away. He finds the second.
Wow.
Before it comes in from Market to peek him. And ANQ finds 2 kills and 2 big openings. That's both the controllers down and 1 big ultimate as well. No Reckoning for this round in the form of an ultimate, but there is a Reckoning in the form of a 5-stack team. And they've taken control of that A side with the Viper Spit. This is going to be number 10 inevitably.
This has definitely got to be another round that Reckoning is able to squeeze for themselves. But then again, having invested two huge ultimates into the round, it does become slightly more difficult to go forward with the same momentum. While the other team
They
already
found my
has two
wire.
of their own, True Rippers have the Nightfall and the Reckoning, which are both pretty useful ultimates when it comes to a fight like this.
Yeah.
This round definitely is coming towards the favor of Reckoning Esports, but being able to completely destroy True Ripper's economic stability is going to be the goal to go ahead and actually push the game towards the
Aw.
overtime.
Techno tried his best, but unfortunately, he couldn't convert the spray to the head of Voya. That's going to be the end of that round. 11 to, forgive me, 10 to 12. As Reckoning, yes, they find another round, but they need two more. Two big more rounds to make this a possibility and to get it into overtime. Not to win it just yet. Overtime is the call. Across the board, a full buy for both these teams, but Reckoning have got money for days. But all of that could be just taken out by this one single round. If True Rippers lose this, it's going to be overtime for sure because they've got no money for the next round buy. LF is going to try and hold them off towards mid. A flash comes in. That's actually brilliant from them. The initiative is great, but they need this kill here. And Disrupt's going to find one. Goes for the second, but it's going to be A&Q and Caravel to trade it back off. They make sure that the elbow reach is in their hands, and Harsh triples up the order. 4 versus 2, and Disrupt stuck in this corner. Out comes the Savior, Deathmaker with 2. And he's left Disrupt in a 1v2, which is a doable situation. But can he clutch this for his team? Can he find the 13th? It's a question that only he can answer, as he's got now no information except for the fact that the plant is being stuck down on the A site, and he has got no information about where these two players could be. Harsh is surrounding the entire region to make sure nobody's coming to the backstab, but True Rippers have got their main player, their main duelist, in a bit of a good spot because he can actually isolate these fights now. One of those could be Voya. If he just spams down through that green box, he would get it. But the timing is immense. Voya actually crosses by and goes through. And he's gone towards spawn. Now it's up to the one and only Harsh. He's spotting that angle. He might have an idea, but he climbs up the box. And now Disrupt's got no idea. Information is not in his hands, and neither is his life. RGE with 11, and True Rippers might just watch overtime coming their way.
This was such a situational round that was lost for Disrupt. If it was any two other agents from the side of Reckoning Esports, this could have been a different result. They had the right composition surviving towards the end. They needed the Viper to be there, they needed the Toxin screen to be there, and that was there for the team to deny all the information that was required from the side of Disrupt and easily surmount their victory onto it. Pretty well executed from the side of Reckoning Esports. But well, this is the time where we either see it go into an overtime or see True Rippers win, out of which overtime is definitely a more favorable situation as of now because True Rippers don't have the right kind of economy to be able to invest in everything they want. They are cheaping out on abilities by going for the weapons that they want.
Yeah, and they have to do it because they know that their fights, their aim deals have been a lot more solid. Yes, not all the time, but 60% of the times they've been in the better end of the duels, especially Deathmaker. A bit of information ball towards the A main side, but nothing given by that Prowler. He still has one more, of course, and he looks to send it towards mid. Covers off nothing. Once again, no information in terms of closeness, but on the other side, Deathmaker loses his life. And that is the opening that Reckoning needed. And they're going to use it to go towards B, which might be a problem. Helif, all he's got is a Sheriff. And the minute that wall goes down, he's got trouble heading his way. He finds 2, though. The Reckoning activates itself. Mabor comes with another, and Helif might have just done enough for his team to secure this. 2 versus 2. And my God, Helif, you've given your team what they needed. Now it's up to them, my friend. Techno's got one sees. He spotted on one player. The other one's not seen it, and Disrupt's position could change everything. but all he needs to do right now is get the kill. Voya spotted Techno as well. They know where the one player is, but they know where the other one is, and they're a little bit afraid of this, and that's exactly why all the distraction is being caused. There comes the kill. Disrupt finds it. It's a 1v2. Voya for the clutch. Voya for the moment that Reckoning have been waiting for. He swings out. He loses his life. Ladies and gentlemen, True Rippers take Sunset.
Wow! What just happened? Helif. Man, oh man, this guy has literally changed the result completely. The one fighting chance that was being seeked from the side of Reckoning Esports has been taken away, and there's nothing that can be done about it.
Wow, that was an exhilarating round. Honestly, amazing from Helif. If he hadn't gotten two, even if he had gotten one there, I think that round would have gone to Reckoning. We would be watching overtime right now. He got two, and then the follow-up from Vibor, absolutely brilliant. He positioned himself so perfectly, but it wasn't even the position, to be honest. It was just the pure aim. Like I mentioned earlier, 60% of the times they've been better on their aim, and they show that odd to be in effect with that Helif double with the Sheriff. He saved the round for his team. It was him, and it was Techno as well, because he did everything he possibly could to take the attention off of Disrupt's possible movements. And the minute that Han came in, I'm not quite sure why it wasn't broken. It could have been broken pretty easily, but the minute that Han detected the Omen, it was game over. True Rippers found, and 13-11. Ladies and gentlemen, what a game, man. What a climax. Let's head to the highlights. I'm going to need a bit of a water break here because this took quite a bit of energy from all of the players, including us also, I believe.
Oh, this was quite the game to start the day off with, and from here forth, things just keep on getting more and more complex. This was supposed to be a very clean, one-sided match for the side of Reckoning Esports. Not as one-sided as yesterday, obviously, but still, the way True Rippers came into the game and literally won it, this was so well done from their side. So here's the thing, towards the second half, we started feeling like Reckoning is coming in with the comeback. The one thing that they really missed out on towards the first half was being able to feed number of frags to A and Q and being able to capitalize on it. They decided to let that happen in the second half because they were in control of which fights will be taking place first.
Yeah,
But then True
most
Rippers
certainly.
just adjusted themselves and denied it yet again. Being
Yeah,
on the defensive side, how do you deny the first person who will be taking a fight with you? I don't know how they did it, but they did it very, very beautifully and got themselves the victory that was required for them.
yeah, most certainly. And now on the back of that really extenuating victory, True Rippers need to get into Lotus with a bit of a positive mindset, not let Reckoning kind of dictate that second half, because Reckoning, they're always good on their second half. Yes, in the previous two games, they might have been different, but in this one, they always know how to make a comeback on Sunset, and they've shown it before. But this is their first loss on Sunset in 3 games, and they will be taking it in the closest fashion possible. 13-11, ladies and gentlemen. Quite the victory, as Deathmaker will be leading the charge from the front for his team. As the Cypher, he's got 27 to his name, and he is, of course, the MVP, deservedly as well. On the attack, he found quite the first bloods because the fights kind of came to him. And yes, Deathmaker, you will be going into the second game as probably the one player that Reckoning should be looking at the most to eliminate. And the rest of the team, they did their best. They did quite a bit. Helif, his 1924 figures are all but, in vain without that last 2 kills that he got, man. Because those kills were the most impactful frags he's probably had in this entire game.
True that. Helif was definitely very, very impactful towards that particular round, and that was exactly the time when we required Helif to show up for the team, and he did very well. But yeah, from the side of Disrupt and from the side of Deathmaker, we did see a lot coming in for the team constantly. Still not able to forget the 2K coming in from the showstopper, though. It was towards the side of Caramel, if I'm not wrong. But yeah. Beautifully done by both the teams. It was looking very one-sided before the map began for Reckoning. Once it began, it looked very one-sided for True Rippers. Once we walked into the second half, it looked like there was a big comeback coming in from the side of Reckoning. There was a lot
Mhm.
of left and right happening with the predictions, with the on paper stats that was going on for the map. But well, the last round, and again, very well deservedly, another praise for Helif in that round.
Yep,
Did
absolutely.
take the map for Team True Rippers.
He does have one more map to showcase his skills, though. One, maybe two, if we're lucky. I mean, if not, we're lucky. They want to be lucky and they want to finish it off on Lotus, because Lotus has been quite the detriment for Reckoning. Ladies and gentlemen, is this going to be Reckoning making their comeback on the map of Lotus that they've lost 4 times in a row so far? Or are True Rippers going to love this beautiful flowered map and take the victory and go to the finals against Orangutan? We'll find out at the end of these ads. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back as quickly as we possibly could be, as both the teams are ready to give this another go, of course, especially Reckoning, because they want to turn this around as soon as possible. But they are going on a map that they've historically been, oh, well, not too great on. And True Rippers have been historically pretty much unbeaten on, except for Orangutan, of course. But if we compare only the history of these two teams against each other, then they have faced off on Lotus, and it was True Rippers winning that one 13-7, and that was just a couple of days ago. And to be correct, just about 10 days ago, 8 days ago, where True Rippers took them out 13-7 and won that series to go to the upper bracket final. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see if that can be turned around today. Lotus coming in with the Agent Select here as True Rippers. They're going to be sticking to their same composition. Most likely they should be. They do love their Breach, Raze, Omen, Sky, and Killjoy, and I think it's going to be the same for them. And on the other side, Caramel this time's picked up the point of contact in terms of Viper. He switches up with Harsh, and A&Q takes up the Raze. Of course, this is their usual. This is what they do, actually. But I was actually thinking that maybe Reckoning would have Harsh play on the Astra and Caramel play the Chamber, but Voya's going for the Chamber now. I'm a little confused about these shift ups from them.
Yeah, even I was thinking Caramel would be on the Chamber, Voya would be on
I mean,
Astra,
they didn't
Harsh
play
on
the
Viper,
Chamber last
and
time.
then Fox on Sky. That's what I was hoping. But we're
Gecko.
seeing pretty different.
Okay, Voya, what you got
Right?
for us?
Kissing me.
That's not going to be too bad at all. No, the Killjoy. Yeah, there we go. The Killjoy. This is going to be their previous
Good choice.
composition. This is exactly what they played with last time as well. Double controller with the Astra and Viper. Pretty much the same. I'm not quite sure the switch up is going to work for them because I believe Caramel is quite the efficient player on the Duelist and even the Sentinel, but he does play the Flex role pretty convincingly. His previous game was not as good as we expected it to be. He's been better, but maybe he's hoping that Lotus can turn it around and maybe he could, bloom over a new flower. Let's see how it goes, though, because, ladies and gentlemen, if Reckoning don't win this map, if they are losing on Lotus for the 5th time in a row, they're not going to see the day of light on 15th of October when that line comes in. It's going to be True Rippers. Let's get into the game. Find out if True Rippers are going to knock them out, or are we going to waltz in to Breeze?
Well, let's find out. Let's find out soon enough. The game will begin. And as we can look at the way the setup is, it does seem like complete Site A control is going to be maintained by Vibhor from the side of True Rippers. Not the most preferred site to leave Killjoy alone on, but okay. I am seeing a triple stack towards Site C. They did expect Reckoning to hit on towards Site C, but that's not the case. And now falling back, Vibhor is going to give the site up for control to Reckoning Esports, and probably we might see a triple stack backstab coming in from the side of True Rippers.
Yep, Vibhor is just going to get away from there. He wants to play on a bit of a passive role because his team is coming on the biggest flank possible. And that's exactly what they want to hope for. But look at the push. This push is huge. Vibhor has been singled out here, and he might just get taken down without any sort of kills. And Reckoning have taken quite the ground control towards spawn. And while they've got information, they know True Rippers, this is how they play. They've gotten quite the map in their hands. And they're going to play for that open plan. That's going to be really difficult to actually retake at this point.
Oh, Helef wins the fight again. Caramel being taken out.
Death
but
Maker!
then King with so much impact into the game will bring it down to a
He's
1v2,
dead.
but
Yeah,
there
that's
is
over.
not enough time,
Death
is it?
Maker. No, there is more than enough time. They've got more than enough
Wow.
time. A second and a half as Death Maker once again. I wish we could have seen his POV, but Death Maker, what a guy. Started off on the same note that he left the previous map on, and he takes through that entire A site, comes in from tree, finds the first 2 kills. I think the second one was a collateral as well. I'm not quite sure. But then in the end, he even manages to make sure that he drops a grenade on towards Cubby backside to kill off the final player. And he didn't even have a chance to fight it. Beautiful stuff. Deathmaker, once again, beautiful, beautiful stuff from him. 1-0 and Reckoning now on the eco going in towards B.
Well, the whole train of Reckoning has arrived into side B, but they will be sent back as quickly as they went in, with numbers just falling for the side of Reckoning. They have come in with a retaliation for the side of Two Rivers, though. And Techno in a good enough position to be able to take the fight, but the way he has attracted attention and given before a couple. Oh, beautifully done. Literally concealed in one single area. Reckoning bids goodbye to their eco.
Well, okay, then I guess it just kind of turns around like that. I thought that maybe they got the jump on Techno there, but he instantly was able to hold it off and takes Vibor's help to settle it down. And now the half armor full buy again once for Reckoning Esports. They might be, again, this is not something that I'm fond of, not in the third round of things, because those Spectres, those close range weapons, they prove to be quite the problem because they give you the damage required to take off 125 damage, and Deathmaker, he delivers just that with a heavy 8 push with his team, and they've completely severed off that entire part of the map. Reckoning want to maybe try and regain a bit of that control, but it seems like they're gonna do it with the most minimal form of contact. Voya spots one. He's gonna try and push Techno back, and he does so successfully, but True Rippers are convinced that this might be a C hit. 2 players, 4 players spotted here, and instantly they have called in for the rotation. You can see it. Vibor's going on the flank. He's going to cover them off as quickly as possible, as much as possible, while the rest are just trying to sandwich them into as much of a corner. And Reckoning are going to decide on going to B as their end point.
Helef again in a very crucial spot, does spot the players. He's got to be able to take the fights but not win it. He did spray a little too preemptively. Well, the rest of the team will be called in. The rotations have been pulled, and Vibur this time around holding as crucial an angle as before.
He's such a good position. He can actually take it out, but they're going back towards B. Before he gets out and he gets taken down as well. He decides to peek out. He loses his life, and so the disrupt. Techno could maybe cause a bit of disruption here. He's not been spotted. He will be in the end. In the end, he will be. A&Q takes him out, and that's going to be Reckoning with their first round of the game, as Lotus has begun for them as well. But not the most idealistic way. They went towards A, lost a player. I mean, they didn't go towards A. They held off at A. They lost a player, went towards C, did not feel that much of love there, came back towards A, gave a bit of presence, went to B, again went back to C, rotated the doors, went back towards B again.
That's a lot of plan changing that had to be done from the side of Reckoning to win that one round. But this time around, the opening will happen from the side of True Rippers. First blood drawn, and the second on the line. However, Voya will deny that frag to Helef. And this time around, with balanced numbers, there is a B-side commitment coming in from the side of Reckoning. Oh,
No,
it
they're going
isn't.
towards
It
A.
isn't. They're moving it towards side A. Yeah. The position on Harsh is good, though. He might be able to pick someone.
Oh, Harsh gets taken out, though. A Sky holding on to a flank is not the best option. He always needs to be with his team. But Harsh, he's gotten that, gene of playing that Viper, the sneaky roles in his team. And unfortunately, he's lost his life. True Rippers have got an advantage, but they're hoping that maybe Vibor can cause a bit more, and he does.
Nice.
The distraction comes in, and Karamo, he's in trouble from 2 different angles, and Vibor is going to keep pushing him. As the last player left now, Fox, he's got a clutch in front of him. He didn't have the best of games, but he could turn it around here. 1 confirmed. He needs 2 more. Not going to come his way. 3-1, True Rippers once again with the team play here. The push and pull, the distraction caused, and the team react instantly on the back of it. Great stuff from Vibor, as he was the one who clutched out this round for his team, honestly.
True Rippers literally just breaking the mental on Reckoning Esports right now. round after round, just literally clawing their way in towards victory, towards Philippines, towards the last match with Orangutan. Make sure that Reckoning's Coyote just has to sit this one out. Disrupt this time around though with a judge, not really on a very mobile agent though, so I'm not sure how much value can be squeezed out of this weapon on a breach, but we'll soon figure out. I have a feeling we'll soon find out.
Well, they are going a little bit further into the C side, it seems. Reckoning have feeling a special connection there for the moment. Yes, they have a full buy, so it's not going to be like they don't have anything to fight off with. They are using the Viper to maybe cause a bit of distraction towards A. Still make Two Rippers believe that this is going to be A. But it's not going to be the case. Helop's actually not been detected. He saw that Sky Flash come in, and he's thrown in a pretty aggressive smoke. And he wants to maybe play around it, but he will be expected here. So he needs to be careful. He could also be spammed down instantly, making sure that nobody gets a little funny. You go back. He's going back, playing on the back of that alarm bot. Good decision from him. And the B side seems to be the end point. A flash comes through, holds him off for ad bay for the moment, but it's gonna be not B. Actually, it's gonna be C because the spike is still there. Smoke's gonna pop in, and Reckoning are heading into the mouth of that Sentinel. And the Rolling Thunder as well. The timing! Perfect from Disrupt. He can actually take out a player as well. The Rolling Thunder is accompanied with that Aftershock, and now comes in the Cavalry, the Flashes, the Showstoppers, everything from RGE. The ultimate's being committed as they force their way to the seaside, and they will get the plant.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Well, the plant has definitely been acquired by Reckoning Esports, but the numbers are not as imbalanced as you would think. It's literally 1 point difference, and that can be changed around. However, True Rippers still trying to come back into the game. Equal numbers on both the sides. They are losing fights, but half the defuse has been stuck. The judge unable to give the results that they were hoping for, and now with nothing on hand, Vibor will just have to wait till time takes it all away from him.
Yeah, his teammates unfortunately couldn't win their fights. They were not ready for it. And Harsh had the perfect lineup as well to deny the defuse. But he actually might get it. Wait, never mind. The board! He clutches it! Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Hold on. Reckoning. Wait, no way. No. Get out of here. No. Nah. They knew that it was half defused. Why would you get away? You know that half defuses can be stuck in the last second. They literally got away, and look at that, the calls made. The coach is not happy. He's absolutely furious, and he's going to take this time to absolutely rumble about the huge, horrendous mistake. The stream is running on a little bit of a delay, but the minute the folks see this, oh my God. That is one of the biggest mistakes I've seen in this tournament so far from Reckoning.
Oh goodness, this was not even a mistake. This does not qualify as a mistake. This is a complete turmoil that they have created. It's completely demolished for Reckoning. They must be kicking themselves right now. Oh
The
no,
board.
oh no.
This guy is so smart.
Did not. I know, right? He made no sound
he
at
took
all
a gamble.
whatsoever.
He took a gamble and he played it off really well because he's like, you know what? Maybe if I have just fooled them that I've rotated back. Because to be honest, nobody actually saw him. He stood back on that pillar for the longest time and he didn't give away his position at all. So maybe Reckoning thought, you know what? This guy's probably gone away to save his weapon. And I'm pretty sure Reckoning knew that it's a half diffuse done. I'm 100% sure they knew, but they should have expected it. Reckoning now need to make up for the mistakes as they have to win this round, and ANQ starts off with a good kill, gets that maker, and that's gonna be a big kill as well. Entry found, but do they want to continue to the C set is the question, because instantly they're hoping to rotate away, but Disrupt! What a kill from him, another flash coming in. He wants 4 more, but he's not gonna get anything. Harsh takes him down, and True Rippers have to get a little bit silenced here because they cannot give away too many members.
Well, this time around, True Rippers will have to play slightly on the back foot. Numbers are not in their favor. They'll have to pick and choose their fights. That too being in a position where they do not really have all the rights to. An A site commitment is what Reckoning is looking at, and once that is ripped off by the players of True Rippers, they will be able to find themselves in positions of much more benefit. I still expect a lot from Techno going in, but with that door being completely sealed off, it's going to be slightly
30
more
seconds
difficult.
left.
And now with the break, he has given up a lot of information to Reckoning
Oh,
Esports.
hell.
Spike
Never
planted.
mind, he's been spotted, but he still gets the kill.
Nice!
That is gonna be a pretty good kill for them. And True Rippers, look at that ultimate that they've got. This is gonna be quite the force out of the site, and they've got nothing to counter this with. Actually, they need to push, and they're gonna try and do it towards spawn. But by the time they reach there, they might just get taken out. They've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The last player standing, Caramel, he will go down to Vibor as well. And Reckoning, they just absolutely get outplayed once again. Vibor is just gonna fan himself as he goes for the defuse because he knows he's Mr. Cool when it comes to these clutches, and he doesn't lose them. And he will be taking his team 5-1 up. Reckoning are in complete disarray right now. Their team finds that first frag. They even get the second trade up. Even after this is gone, Harsh finds the second. But when they go to the A site, this one big kill comes in because Harsh misses it out. And then that lockdown, so perfectly timed. And I'm not quite sure why Fox didn't expect somebody to be standing there. He was looking on the other side and going instead of swinging to take that fight. What was Fox doing there? He should be swinging and expecting somebody standing there because they can hear you.
There.
Exactly.
Reckoning.
Mistakes after mistakes. Reckoning is literally feeding the winning rounds to True Rippers right now. Fox again in for a fight that he is not bound to win. DM King just putting that insult to injury. An early man disadvantage towards the side of Reckoning Esports, and a very hard one to come back from, considering they've already lost one of their controllers, the one with the most number of smokes to begin with. Now Intel denial is going to be slightly harder on any site other than A, so they have to commit to site A to be able to utilize the toxin screen to their favor.
Spike planted.
Oh, they can't do that either anymore.
Yep.
Kind of missed out on
Look
that, yeah.
Okay, they've got an ultimate to use here. They can shave off a couple of seconds at least. But ANQ, he's got a bit of trouble. Oh, look at that. They're actually trying to break the kills with ultimate. It's not going to work out for them. And ANQ is going to take out Helif on the flank. Now they need to run in. Now they need to find these kills. Deathmaker, though, he's got a bit of a pickle on his hands because he's seen ANQ towards the B site. Out comes the kill. Harsh wins for a fight, but he loses it out. Voya's been stunned. Voya will be taken out unless he gets one himself. Vibor is going to find the trade, and Voya gets one before he goes out for the game completely. One and only left, ANQ. The spam is not going to work out. Yes, it does. The defuse is not going to be good enough because the time has run out this time. 5-2.
Finally, Reckoning find themselves a round to celebrate, a round to remember. This one did not start at all in the favor of Reckoning Esports. They lost both their controllers way too early into the game, and that kind of makes it hard to hold on to a retake scenario. But well, ANQ was able to buy enough time for the team, and that gave them another round on the board. True Rippers with 5 for the name, and still looking good enough though for the first half, being on the defensive side. Having 5 rounds on a map like Lotus, which is 3-sided and still that huge, is good enough. It's good enough. A 5-7 swap is not going to be bad on Lotus. And if they get a couple more rounds going forward into the first half, they're already set up for success.
Yep, once again, Reckoning find the A side for practically free, and they know that this is pretty much the case, so they're going to try and use that advantage as much as they can, but it's not a complete advantage because usually you see that retake being successful. Out comes a showstopper. It should be a free kill to work. Oh, never mind. Where did that snake bite land? What is that? That's a hello, Riot Games. That's a bit of a problem there. It should have been through, but unfortunately it lands on the edge of the wall there. Caramel and ANQ find 1 each, make that 2 for ANQ. As the last 2 members standing on True Rippers, they're just hoping for a couple of exit frags, and they will find nothing at all. 5-3, Reckoning do a bit of cleanup duty because it was True Rippers' eco, and pretty standard A take. No weapons from True Rippers to actually fight this one off, and Disrupt, he could see his life flash on the back of that showstopper coming as way, man. He didn't even try to shoot back.
He knew he was done for. Well, with that, Disrupt does have another life, another respawn to go ahead and fight from. So let's wait to see what he's going to bring to the table in this round. I am seeing yet another push towards site A that could be coming in from the side of Reckoning Esports, but to fight that off this time around, it's gonna be
Oh,
the
big.
Omen alongside King. Already an early frag from the side of our race, but then retaliation from ANQ just as good.
The fact that LF actually got away from there is phenomenally great because he could have just got spammed down. Harsh knows that he's got an alarm bot in front of him. He triggers it off and he's going to put down the Seekers. But this is probably all going to be a fake because the A site is still where they're looking at. They're looking for a retaliation. They're hoping that LF actually pushes in from the A site. But now the plan's actually going to go towards B in the end anyway. Disrupt is going to not let anybody take this one too. Boya, he goes in and he protects his planter, his Astra in the astral form, as he performs a bit of a yoga miracle and puts up a huge wall scraping through the skies. As True Rippers, they're not thinking, how do we actually go through this?
This is not looking possible at all for the side of True Rippers. All they can do is just run away and wait. Wait with these weapons in the next round to come. 4 and 5. This is looking close enough now for the side of Reckoning Esports to be able to go ahead and acquire themselves a lead or at least an equalizer in the first half. But then again, True Rippers, one after the other, their ultimates are going on stacking. They have the Showstopper online. They have the From the Shadows online, and From the Shadows, even though I don't consider it a very useful ultimate, is a good enough one in 3-sided maps. So let's see how that's gonna be all put into action.
Yep. There is a buy available except for Vibora and Techno. It's kind of a disarray for the side of True Rippers in terms of economical stability, but they will have a buy for all of their players in the next round, it seems, with the way that they're saving. And 5-4, they're hoping that maybe the Deathmaker can cause some magic, create some magic, but they've stuck towards that C site in a gamble, and they've paid the price for it because nobody is actually going there. It's all the A site. That's the rumble once again for Reckoning. Unless maybe they want to actually go towards that B site. They've broken down the B-Link door, and boy, why you... He's heard them break the door, but he's trying to get away, and he maybe thought they're not going to push in. Maybe he thought they were still far away.
On my way.
Harsh detects for the backstab with a flash, but he actually gets no information. And now they might just have a bit of an opening. They've heard them, though. Deathmaker, you've got a bit of a close-up. 4 players on his face, and 4 of them shoot him down. Disrupt can only do maybe that much here. Gets the one. Stun comes in. That's actually brilliant. Disrupt!
Oh my
He gets 2 Elf with
Down A.
another trade. But it is going to be Reckoning with the 5th on the board as they win 4 rounds in a row.
5-5, both the teams on equal grounds, but this time around it does seem like True Rippers will be able to get another round for themselves, considering the lockdown, the Rolling Thunder, the Showstopper, and From the Shadows are all online from the side of True Rippers. Reckoning, though, even if they get around just one more round on the first half, it's going to be good enough for the swap. Their own composition itself is good enough for a defensive side. It's not going to have a lot of trouble. So it should work out for the side of Reckoning too.
What? Okay.
How did that one
Deathmaker
happen?
gets... I mean, they've given damage to Helif as well. Look at him. He's 5 HP. He survived here, yes, but one little Viper's snake bite could take him down. Never mind. It's not even going to be that. It's just going to be one single bullet from the Vandal of ANQ. And ANQ wants a little bit more than magic. Nah, he's actually going to go back. They're going to play this conservatively. They want to play for the round. They don't want to just overheat and run into a site. Two Rippers might risk giving away the lead here to the hands of Reckoning. But we've seen Two Rippers perform a lot better on their attack when it comes to Lotus. Before, he's not going to get anything except for his death. And the 2v5 now in place as Two Rippers. The save has been called even before the plan's gone down. And they're going to have to stay true to that plan. And I'm pretty sure this time Reckoning
Spike
won't leave the
planted.
spike alone.
Hopefully. Well, they won't. They won't. I can count on that. Let's just hope they don't all die off to it, though. Trying to stay a little too long. True Rippers, though, this time they are not gonna mess with the dynamics of the situation. They understand this is not a situation to go ahead and fight for. After completely scoping the area out, Reckoning finally moving out of the area.
Hmm.
Another
I
round for
think
them, and last chance for True Rippers to get an equalizer. Yes.
Yeah, I think the one problem that True Rippers have not a problem, more of a contingency that they've not explored, is the fact that they've got. Never mind. Wait, let's just have a look. He will go down. Yep. True Rippers saved nothing. Yeah, as I was saying, the one contingency that they haven't tried out is the fact that the operator has been missing throughout the entire half. They've not actually used an operator at all. Deathmaker's not gone for it. Neither has any other player on this team of True Rippers. I would have hoped for them because Lotus is a map that heavily favors that operator. And I'm pretty sure
Yes.
we will see that from Reckoning on their defense. But for now, the last round of the game on the first half of Lotus is going to be a scrappy one for True Rippers if they don't end up equalizing, because they do have a bit of a semi-bye. Bulldogs, Guardians, half armors, they've gotten whatever they possibly can find, and they've gone again for the same default once again. It's been successful in a couple of rounds, but Reckoning, they've been managing to break it 5 times in a row, and they've got 2 big ultimates to break it for the 6th as well. But True Rippers, they've got some pretty big ones of their own. The Rolling Thunder, the Showstopper. There comes a trade. They might have lost the Rolling Thunder here in the hand of Disrupt, but they still have a lockdown and a Showstopper to make a successful retake, which should be the case in the way that they're playing right now, because the A side is what they're expecting to the attack B, and that's exactly where Reckoning are actually headed, unless they break the B link door and go towards B.
Well, so far it does not seem like they're interested towards side B, and with alarm bot, information will be relayed in a vulnerable situation. One little A and Q survives between sides A and B. Trying to move in towards side A, DM King will be there to welcome the players, but he does get taken out himself in the process.
Spike planted.
It's a 3v4. After having taken the lockdown away from Reckoning Esports, True Rippers will be deploying their own. But with the
That's been
Viper split
destroyed.
already in place, it's not going to be an easy fight.
Yep, this is pretty much a done and dusted. Round A and Q will make sure that his utility is as explosive as it possibly can be, and on the back of which there should be a 7th round confirmation coming in, because Helif, his chances of winning this round are close to none, and they will be none. Karamo makes sure of it as 7 comes up for Reckoning.
Switching sides.
And this is actually the exact same half that was evident to us on Lotus in the previous game that these two teams faced off on, except the fact that True Rippers were 7 and 5 up. And then in the second half, True Rippers on their attack absolutely went ham on Reckoning. And they got 6 out of the possible 8 out of the possible 13 that they could have gotten. Forgive me, 7 that they could have gotten in the second half, and they absolutely tore through them. Made sure that Reckoning did not find anything on their defense, and is the exact same composition across both teams as well. They love their attack, and so far for True Rippers, it's been more of a team play. The second part of the first half has not been that great. They've let around so many rounds go by them, and that's given ANQ so much confidence. And he might just continue to rampage these guys, because Reckoning, look at the amount of control they've got on that A site, man. 4 players pushing together, and they know that the C side is left for retake as Karamo. He's going to throw it in that snake bite, and he's going to pop away just so that his teammate can come in on time.
Well, the 4 players coming in from the side of Reckoning already found Vibor, with the Sentinel already gone. There's a lot of intel that True Rippers will have to keep actively gaining, because their passive informant is already taken off. Caramel in a tight situation does get pushed back. There's multiple players coming in to fight him off, but he has a set of his own. The whole team of Reckoning Esports trying to barrage in from the same exact spot. They find Disrupt, and now it's a 3v4 scenario.
Oh, they've
Spike
gone
is
in towards
relocating
B.
himself. Yep. All the way towards
Helef.
B, and will be able to plant it
They've
as
got
well.
advantages. They win both those fights. Techno! They're ready for it. True Rippers playing this so well, making sure that they double peak like a team, and they take those
30 seconds
fights
left.
with the advantages that are there in their hands. They make it from a 3v4 to a 3v2 in their favor, and now they've got complete control. They've got information as well that RGE are still around this upper B site of spawn. And Harsh, he's got a crossfire to break. It seems
One
unlikely,
enemy
but he
remaining.
might just do it. No, Techno takes him out. And the last player standing, he's pretty darn low. Karamo can only hope for a miracle here, and that miracle will also not be coming his way. Hell of steals it away. Number 6 for True Rippers as the pistol, a really important round, comes their way.
Oh, it's about time True Rippers make things equal for themselves, make themselves a ground that is good to start off on. With this pistol already going in their favor, they can actually hope for the anti-eco to go in their favor as well, putting it to a 7-7 equalizer. And then maybe a snowball effect for the side of True Rippers. As you mentioned before, on the attacking side, True Rippers literally goes ham on this map. And we have known them to be able to acquire all of their bonus rounds so far, except for the one in the first half of this map. So I wouldn't really complain if I see the same happen again.
Yeah, Techno's going to pick up that weapon, but look at how much problems he's got in front of him. He's got trouble. Out comes the flash, and the trade comes in, though. They don't even find a single kill reckoning. One comes in the end, but for all their troubles, they've only taken down 2 players, and even those 2 players had practically no weapons on them. Every weapon that was invested in, I'm pretty sure, is going to be retrieved and taken out of the next round for True Rippers, because I believe only 2 of them were with pistols, and they picked up the 2 fallen weapons. They should be completely A-okay to reinvest in Deathmaker. He's going to have a Vandal going into this round, and they're going to look to exploit that C side once again, because Karamo, they saw that he was the only one holding on to that site, and he's going to be doing that once again. And this might be a bit of a problem. Okay, ANQ makes his way there, so they're going to have a little bit of reinforcement. But do they want to go on the aggressive is the question. They're going to push him back with a stun. He's going to get away. And a grenade just in hand to make sure the minute they pop in, there's going to be a bombardment of utility. Deathmaker's actually crossed in by. Oh boy, Deathmaker. He might just give a no. It's going to be Deathmaker who goes down to ANQ. And now, Techno with a flash with the kill as well.
Nice.
4 versus 4. True Ripper still in this game.
Caramel losing his HP to the Nano Swarm.
Techno!
And then to the players himself. Techno is going berserks on the players right now. He has 3 of his own. And with the Seekers going in, he has intel on the remaining 2 players. The weapons have been swapped. He has the better weaponry as well. And now he's just capitalizing advantages over advantages. Has lost a little bit of an HP, but not going to be a hindrance for him. Techno too cool for this one. Too cool.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh,
Last
yeah.
player
Harsh
standing.
though, he gets one back, but Boris the only one left. All he needs is 1 bullet, and he will connect it. The bonus goes their way. They win 3 rounds in a row, and the attack of True Rippers keeps on ripping Reckoning apart. The C-side take, but this was all thanks to Techno. He goes in for the first, and then the second one through the Molotov of his own teammate and his opponents as well. He takes in so much damage, but what does he find at the end of it? 2 brilliant openings, and the C-side completely out for business. Techno. Quite the turnaround from his previous map, by the way. He was having a quiet game, and here he's turned up with that really aggressive and brave take on the C site, and that's provided him with round number 8 for his team.
Well, an early damage soaked in by the players of True Rippers. Helef already low on HP will be set back in with the regrowth. Techno this time definitely stepping up for the team. Will put True Rippers in a much better situation. Also giving kind of a breather to DM King, to be honest. He's done way too much heavy lifting in the last one. He deserves some rounds of freedom to just flutter around like a butterfly so that he's ready to sting like a bee in the next ones. But well, 8-7 is the scoreline as it stands, and True Rippers right now trying to surmount on that because there is again a weaponry advantage for True Rippers against Reckoning Esports in this round.
Yep, they've cleared off the close end of A, and they're heading towards that same site as the rotations are being called in. Boya's just going for a bit of a spam with that Marshall, but look at that
No,
turnaround.
spotted
Harsh!
Harsh.
He's got behind these players, and he takes out Vapor. Even though the spike is on site, he's got his Seekers enabled, and he throws them
30
down.
seconds left.
It's not going to give him anything more than just information that these A-side players are in that site, but they have the chance to actually sandwich them. Disrupt. He's going to get taken away by his angle, but Tekno's going to win his fights. They've got no weapons except for Harsh to actually fight this one out, and he's so far away. He came into the party a little late, but he's still good enough for one. He needs a little more. Out comes a flash, not good enough for the kills though.
One
Tekno
enemy
takes
remaining.
out Fox, and the last man standing, Harsh, who's the only one who had a weapon. He should have come in for the fight first. Use his teammates as a weapon of bait, but he just was waiting, expecting somebody to push in from tree because they were rotating that door. He was worried about the flank. He gets another third one in his hands, but he's got so much more to do if he wants to actually win this one out. Save is the call as the time has trickled too far down, and Disrupt will not even let him save that. 9-7, True Rippers with 4 rounds in a row.
Oh, True Rippers, the way they're surmounting on their lead right now. As you said earlier, they are literally going berserks on their second half, one after the other, just surmounting round after round. Reckoning is left to look for answers right now. With a strong start, with a strong initiation onto the second map, after having collected all that morale after losing so badly on Sunset, they were just looking for a ray of hope, and True Rippers just stomps all over it in the second half. 4 rounds in a row, one after the other, all taken away by True Rippers. What can a player from Reckoning do right now?
I mean, individual heroics so far have been A&Q's department, and he's done really well in the first half. He had 17 kills at the end of that 7-5 half, and his teammates are just not able to match up today. It seems like Reckoning have gotten a bit of a slump on one side of the seesaw. Yesterday, it was completely balanced. Today, Fox has not been having quite the good game
Oh,
that
yeah.
he was hoping for. I'm pretty sure if you look at the scoreboard once, he is on 2, maybe 3 kills. I'm not quite sure.
Heading to the above.
It's quite the disheartening moment for him, but he has to keep trying. He cannot give up. And now he's got, once again, forces coming his way towards the A side, and he's the only defender standing there. He's gonna be pushed off his mark, and this A site will be given away for free. But look at Deathmaker. He's gotten so much room to play with. He can just cut through like a knife and dissect them into multiple parts. But his team is patient. They want to take this B site, it seems, which might not be the right idea for them. They need to go back. They saw the Killjoys here. There's reinforcements towards the A site. Deathmaker. He needs to find that opening. He might just get it there. Will he find? No, he will not. A&Q takes him out. The Rolling Thunder pushing in. And Disrupt's not going to do too much on the back of it. Fox goes in. Okay, he gets a kill. Helif, that's a interesting teleport. Expecting that nobody's going to be there in tree. They didn't check it out. And Two Rippers kind of trample over their own feet here. And Karamo, he's going to finish this round. No, he does. Oh, Karamo, the
Wow.
whip was a little too harsh to take.
30
And the
seconds
player with the spike is going to run away towards C because he knows that's the only safe site to plant on.
One enemy
Fox is going to get Vapor as True Rippers have one player with 16
Spike
HP
planted.
looking at 4 others. And he's going to look down the barrel of Roya, who's going to shoot him straight down to hell. 9-8. Reckoning finally find a round.
Finally, after 4 rounds of dismay, they have one to go forward with. But then again, it does put them very close to the lead line of True Rippers. 1 single round difference now between the two teams, and a very close match as expected from the side of Reckoning as well as True Rippers. However, as we know from history, this does not really turn out to be a Reckoning map very often. We'll see. We'll see if they are going to be able to squeeze this one in, because the last one was always won by Reckoning, but they lost it. So you never know. Maybe today is the day every record is broken.
Maybe. It could be the case. For now, Reckoning have gambled that BNC site. They are expecting True Rippers to make a bit of a movement, but they are going a bit of an exploratory surgery.
Right there.
Yes, they've got information. I'm not quite sure actually if that bird actually gave them information, but they should be still holding on to that angle. Fox, once again, the only one here. A lot of commotion, and that's going to cause the push in. Vibor, he's got a showstopper coming his way. It misses, and now actually gets him. It hit the wall behind him. How did he die there? Yes, he was pretty low, but that kill was okay, interesting. Once again, Riot Games proving to be a bit of an anomaly here. The ball was heavily ahead of that, but the damage either way was sustaining enough to kill him. Out goes the Seekers as they get the seaside in their hands because Harsh is going to be forced off here. Stun, flashes, everything's going to push him off. No smokes available for the moment for that CT side, but it should be coming in about just a second. There it goes as the plan will go down, and Deathmaker, he's got quite the important ultimate to make this work.
It is going to be crucial for Deathmaker to go ahead for this, but Caramel just destroying everything for the side of True Rippers. The equalizer cannot be denied anymore. Deathmaker tries for the fourth one, will roll in for Caramel, and he will have his Viper's Pit online as well. A very beautiful round for the side of Reckoning Esports, and hopefully looking down for another one that can be just as impactful with the ultimate coming online.
Oh man, why wouldn't you check these corners? That's such a common corner to hide in as well. True Rippers, that's a mistake and a half. I know you went for that proactiveness. You wanted to go and clear out Waterfall, but the most ratty angle that you know is the most common angle somebody sits in, you don't turn and check it. Oh boy, gonna hurt them quite a bit. And that's exactly why there's a timeout being called here to make a bit of a course correction, because this cruise has hit a bit of a ground and it needs to move away back into safe waters. And what the plan is going to be ahead of here, how many ultimates can they use? I'm not quite sure why Deathmaker actually didn't fire off the showstopper in towards that waterfall angle towards the right side. Yeah, it's not usual, but it's not something that you do without information. But oh boy, True Rippers are gonna feel that if they end up, letting Reckoning win this map.
Yep, they have the opportunity of closing things out on the second map itself, walk right into the grand finals. And if they lose it, they're gonna be very, very upset. But well, they do have one more map. Both the teams have one more map. That is, if Reckoning wins this one, by the way.
Blinded.
Early intel from the side of Harsh. Reckoning has an idea that there are players outside B, but that's not gonna stop True Rippers from committing. They are still moving in slowly and steadily. DM King, having got a glimpse of Harsh, will fall back. With the choke points already smoked off, it will hold the players from True Rippers back for a while,
Blinded.
but not for long enough, because these smokes, as you mentioned, do not last too long. The defensive Viper's screen is definitely there though. Oh, a rotate towards site C. The confusing thing is we are not seeing way too much information being collected from the side of Reckoning just yet from site A.
Yeah, it is turning out to be quite the competition. Once again, the trades go in, but it's still Reckoning in the favor of extra men alive. Karamel's pretty much shut off that A site by himself,
30 seconds
and
left.
they are predicting this to be a C hit. Information gathered on towards B as well, but here goes the cavalry, and Fox is gonna trade it off, gets one, and A&Q will finish off this game on this round at least. 9-10, Reckoning take the lead on Lotus in the second half after what has been quite the effort put in by them.
True that. The second half was supposed to be for True Rippers. They were supposed to go in and just grab the victory for themselves after having a successful first half. It wasn't in the lead or even on an equalizer, but not far behind to not be recovered from. So that was a good enough first half for the side of True Rippers. but I'm not seeing the kind of powerhouse that they bring into the second half show just yet. Reckoning is making their life difficult by pushing them into places where the choice of fighting or withdrawing is becoming very difficult for True Rippers.
Well, once again, True Rippers are in
Right there.
trouble. They do have a bit of work to do here. How do they win? How do they strategize? How do they find
Oh
themselves that winning
goodness.
streak once again? If we look at the economy, there is quite the amount of money available for RG, even if they lose this round. And the next one, I believe they will have enough to go on and keep fighting. But True Rippers, they lose this one. They risk match point. Reckoning are so close to making this edge out on Breeze. They just need one more round, and this could just be it. They've got 3
Look at
ultimates to
it.
work with, and 2 of those are pretty heavy duty in terms of
Hmm.
retake. The Killjoy and Astra, combination is always quite the powerful retake duo. But are they gonna let those players actually play for the retake and play as passive, or they're gonna fight for this ace site? Because you can see there's a pretty heavy setup towards that ace site. For the moment, there is a technical pause. Yes, just to inform you, Vibor has disconnected, unfortunately. But how do they approach this? They do have a lockdown to Rippers themselves, which will be countered, I'm pretty sure, by the Killjoy of the opponent. What do you think, Anna? What needs to be done here by True Rippers? Uh, do they go for an all-out aggression? Do they play it a little slow, like Reckoning on the attack? What do you think should be their approach?
I think I would like to see True Rippers go slightly slower and probably stick by the 30-second meta for this one because, again, Reckoning being on the kind of run they already are and knowing that True Rippers is not that far behind will be panicking a little if they have no intel and will start using their abilities. Plus, they do not have way too many rechargeable ones to begin with, so True Rippers can actually capitalize on the fact that their util will be depleted way too quickly. But well, this time
Shadows
around,
traveling.
the numbers advantage will already be squeezed in by Reckoning Esports, and True Rippers will still be left yet
Back
again
out.
to find themselves the right opening.
Here.
Well, once again, we head in towards the ace site. A bit of early information and attention given on this part of the map, and nothing else elsewhere. As True Rippers are maybe trying to poke the bear and see if something comes out of it. Voya, by the way, has got an operator, so that's a big investment as well. It's something that True Rippers didn't do when they were
Here.
in their zone, and they've already found quite a bit of value taking out Deathmaker. The Showstopper not going to be available. I mean, it's going to come in sooner or later. It's not there right now. Forgive me. I thought it was there. But they've got a lockdown, and they're looking to maybe put it down towards A because Vibor is still on that A site. Karamal almost thought
seconds
about
left.
putting down the Viper's Pit, expecting there to be a push, but instantly after the sound cue closed down, he's going to wait and wait for this exact moment. The ultimate pops in from one side, the Cosmic Divide from Fox there, but Vibor, he's got the ground running. They're gonna come down to the last 10 seconds. The ultimate, that's pretty heavy duty. As Vibor goes down, and the ultimate's gonna get taken out. No, it will not. But the defenders put one of their own, and they're gonna try and go and break it down.
Let's see if there's gonna be enough opportunity for the defenders to do that. This time around, Disrupt will be the only one surviving, but he has a huge number of players to keep off of. He takes one fight and then gets dragged into the other and loses it. Reckoning win yet another round. Let me rephrase, actually reconsider what I said earlier. You asked me what they need to do to be able to win. They need to take A and Q out, and they need to let DM King survive somehow. I'm seeing very little contribution from the side of DM King this time around. And A and Q
Yeah.
has literally crossed the 24 kills mark, while the second highest fragger in the whole lobby is on 17. That's a huge difference. And that too
Well,
is from the same team, by the way.
True, absolutely. ANQ has been quite the menace, but True Rippers, this is their last ditch shot to at least making it to 11-11. Karamo, he's gonna get spotted out, instantly goes back, throws in that snake bite to cover himself off, but there is nothing to be done. ANQ is here as well, but he's been tagged down to less than 50, I believe. But can he actually hold on to this side is the question. Karamo, he's expecting another push. Out it comes. The flashes as well. They're running straight in. And ANQ needs to win this. He gets the one, but nothing more. Karamo goes down as well. Trade for trade as it keeps moving back and forth. Harsh is closed in. And Helef is ready. No, he's not. The judge is not going to be the executioner today. 2 versus 3. And True Rippers have got one player pretty darn low who can be taken out really easily through a wallbang. A fake plant as Voya tries to go for it. They're trying to pull him off his mark as well. And Deathmaker is far too ready for that. He understands what's happening. He wins that fight, Deathmaker. And that's the kill that they needed. They need to go for the plant right here, right now. They shifted up between each other. And Deathmaker somehow, he's jumping around and surviving. How is this man doing this? The Rolling Thunder, it hits one, but it dodges the other. Never mind, it doesn't hit any of them. And Disrupt is left alone. 1v2. Gets the first. He's got another to work with. Fox. He needs to clutch up for his team, but he will not be able to do so. Disrupt is going to be the big climax at the end of an absolutely chaotic round.
Fox saw him first. Fox saw Disrupt first and still lost the fight. You were right when you said it's not Fox's day today. He's just not working out for the team as of this particular match today. But well, hopefully the team will still be able to pull themselves into the third map, because from here it's just a story of a few more rounds for one of the teams to close this map. And if it's Reckoning, they see another day, else True Rippers just win it off at a 2-0.
Karamo once again gonna try and preserve the C site, but he's been spotted. And Deathmaker, he this time has got a lot more anger and he wants to release it all in the form of every single kill he can find. This, he will get taken down. Harsh finds a double, but Techno's there to trade him off. A grenade to stop the plant, but it's still a 3v3. And Reckoning, I've got a showstopper in case of any emergencies. ANQ is gonna hold on to that, but before he needs to play this safely. He's got a turret watching him in that B main position. He's probably going to get spotted. Never mind, it's actually turned off. He can crawl in if he wants to. But Voya, he comes in at the right time, I believe. The push in. ANQ going to get back as Reckoning have been pushed away from this, as True Rippers are now more interested on the B site.
Well, with the alarm bot in place, there's going to be enough access to the site for the side of True Rippers, and they will rotate back towards site C possibly, and they do. Reckoning completely lost, unaware of what's going to happen next.
There's another.
Just trying to figure out what's true and what's not, trying to differentiate between reality and delusion.
Spike planted.
In a 3v3 retake scenario, the showstopper could be useful, and it is being utilized. No results.
Oh, there's a spray down!
Look at the frags from Helef. He brings down the equalizer for the team once again. Yet again, Helef being just as impactful and powerful for the team as always.
Boy, oh boy. This entry was so important, though, from Deathmaker. If he hadn't found that, it would have been quite the detriment. But the final spray down from Helef was amazingly orchestrated thanks to the distraction caused by his teammate. That's the only reason it won 11-11. Ladies and gentlemen, Reckoning and True Rippers are loving this bout of rivalry. It's gone back to the same scoreline, and this time, once again, the C site is the point of attention, but they've got a huge pit of Viper in front of them. A lot of poison to get through, to comb through, and they're hoping to do that with maybe the showstopper of Deathmaker. Close angles being cleared off. Karamo's still alive. One stray bullet could actually kill him off here, but somehow he's not taking a single bullet of damage. True Rippers, they realize that nothing's going to be found here, so they're going to rotate away. because Vibora's kind of crawled into that B cubby. He's got no information. He knows that the Killjoy is there, but nothing more than that. The A site, they do have information on both sides. They know players are here, but ANQ, he's hoping for a fight to come his way and a fight that he can possibly win.
The complete stack trying to move in towards site A, but I think there's enough audio cue that Vibora has acquired from that final run from the side of Reckoning Esports. Every single player
30
constantly
seconds
dicey from the side of Reckoning. They have no idea where the attackers will rotate when. The M King with the showstopper already ready for a fight that's not even trying to happen.
Ooh.
Not much gained from that showstopper. Neither
Yeah, but it did
space
give them the
nor
B
blood.
site.
It did.
And now, Reckoning, they have been put into 5 different corners of the map. And look at these two here. They've got a bit of attention on Deathmaker. The minute they walk into this space, they're going to have Helif come on the backstab, but they're going to go and check for him first. He's actually not been found. Deathmaker has been pushed off his mark, and now Helif is going to start making his movements. He's going to be the point of winning for his team here. Deathmaker, can he find one? He needs one more. Techno and him double up. And now Helif is going to go for that kill. He needs to find this one here. He's coming through. Helif for the win, but he doesn't connect his shots. The match point is for Reckoning to take. Oh,
Hella
man.
failed at a very
Match
wrong
point.
moment this time around. There's way too much pressure that we've put onto Helif right now. We are not even expecting him to be able to, mess up at all to begin with, and that too in a situation which is so unpredictable, by the way. But yeah, it's still very well done from the side of Reckoning. They did have one person defusing the plant, but they had enough protection around him to be able to make sure that the defusal goes down safely and smoothly without any disturbance coming in from any True Ripper players. Yet again, one more chance for True Rippers to take this to an overtime, but does not seem like they'll have enough standing into this one with the kind of weaponry they're carrying.
Yep, it is going to be quite... Yes, they can pick up those 2 Vandals in front of them and play out for a better standing now, but they need one of these players to step up, stand up, and show why they've got this far. Karamel's going to let them cross in because he knows that ANQ is watching off his stairs angle. But ANQ, he's got no idea whether they've crossed in or not. One flash comes in. They're on the site smoke to cover off CT. Karamel, he needs to be the hero. Spots one, does not get the kill. And that's what True Rippers are looking for. The Seekers pop in as Techno gives them a little bit of space to play with. They go in for the kills and they will find it. And right now, Helif can actually teleport away to the A side if needed. And that might just be the case. He's actually, no, never mind. He's going to plant it. He doesn't want to go for that ultimate. He's going to go for the plant here as it's being stuck. ANQ was thinking about it, but not going to be the case. Fox, he's got 1 star, but he needs to wait for his teammate. Should not be going in alone here. Play for that double peek. He's going to clear off the close angles, though, because nobody's there, and that's lucky for him. But the 2 players are ready to take these spam battles down. Smoke comes in. Aftershock to deny it. Fox is pretty darn low already. There's a stun available. Out goes Helif. A little bit unnecessary, but he still gets it down. Now it's on the disrupt. He needs to kill. He finds it. The stun is going to be big. The stun is going to come through, but he doesn't peek out of the back of it. He's hurt ANQ. He's going to play Ringo on the motion and wins it. Overtime. True Rippers are just not going to let this go.
Switching sides.
Beautifully
Overtime.
played by Disrupt. Beautifully played. I was expecting him to peek out of that concuss, but he did not. He was wanting to buy time at least, if not win the fight. But well, he did win the fight when it came down to it. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. True Rippers. Not the victory, but definitely the overtime is going to be theirs. And we'll soon figure out if victory will ride on the back of it. It's been quite a good start for the side of True Rippers, but Reckoning is still clawing their way into one more map. They have a lot to lose on this one.
Well, this timeout from Reckoning, it seems like their coach was kind of waiting for it, and he's now going to be giving them a little bit of an insight as to what can be done, how can they actually make this turnaround on the overtime in their favor, because they start on the attack, yes, and True Rippers, while they were proficient in the first half of their first half, and I mean it exactly the way I said it,
Yeah,
5-1. They
first
let it
quarter.
slip out 7-5. They let 6 rounds slip by them, and on the back of that, they had a lot of trouble. This time around, I'm pretty sure they're expecting to maybe go on a bit of an aggressive approach, because you can see 3 players towards B, and the Breach and Raze are there, which means it can't be a good thing for Reckoning, because the push is going to come in from them. And is this expected? Is the question. Oh, never mind. They're actually holding it off. They're going to wait for a point of contact. They're going to wait for Hellef to contact that, and then they're going to stun it down. But nothing is going to go that way, because the Killjoys just put a turret, and Reckoning currently are not interested on that B site.
Well, this time around, it is gonna be Reckoning controlling the pace of the game. They will decide when and where to derive the fight's form. In the meanwhile, though, by not being super active, super proactive in their moves, they are deriving utilities from the side of True Rippers one after the other. Both the Flashes and the Trailblazer have all been taken away from the side of True Rippers, and now, without any utilities, solo surviving Sky, Techno will have to take care of the side from a back foot. Where in the meanwhile finds DM King as well. Now even the numbers are in Reckoning's favor. This right here is where things start crumbling for True Rippers. They had a winning chance, they let it go.
Well, they will be
30 seconds
forcing
left.
themselves to play this a little bit more carefully now. Deathmaker's loss is going to be quite the hit, and they have the A side already, by the way. But Reckoning expect that to be stacked, so they're going towards B, and Hellef might have found the one kill that they needed. There comes a flash. There is a stun as well. They're going to hold him off. Hellef gets one more, and the
10 seconds
time
left.
is of the essence here. If Disrupt finds one more, it might just be it, and it's going to be True Rippers. Disrupt and Techno, they will play the tunes of death as the
Switching sides.
initiators. Hold
Match
on,
point.
Reckoning, waste time till the end. They did not read it right. They thought the A side's gonna be guarded, and they go to the B site where the Breach was ready with all of his utility. The fault line, the aftershock, the flashes, everything to waste time, and it allowed Techno to come in and take that white swing fight. And just on the back of which, True Rippers find match point once again, 13-12. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be it.
Might very well be, might very well be. I can already hear the bell toll for the side of Reckoning Esports. With this silence, the moaning already about to start. Because one after the other, all these players seem like they're walking into a trap that's gonna be hard to come out of. Look at how True Rippers are being
Once again.
enwrapped
Hold on,
by the
look at this.
4-player backstab,
Exactly.
but there is Vibor watching it.
Oh, he turns
is-
around. Oh, the timing. It gets the better of him. He's going to find him, but the C site's been opened up. Karama was anyway going to give it up. Reckoning have a chance here. They can turn this around, and they're pretty good at these kind of situations. But we've seen it in this game itself that they sometimes lose out on their most macro plays and end up winning out in plays that they don't have any impact from. Hellef's holding on this angle. The plant's not gone down just yet. It's a 3v5. There's a showstopper thanks to A&Q's antics, and he might just win this round single-handedly for his team, forcing us to a second overtime. And True Rippers are aware of this, so that's exactly what they're going for, a bit of aggression on every single corner of C. A flash to
30
make
seconds
sure
left.
that the pushes doesn't come in from spawn. Showstopper
planted.
coming through. Hellef still holding his angle. He's gonna let him go. Hellef! The satchel play, he didn't even realize it, and Reckoning find a flawless round on the back of a brilliantly played A&Q antic. Once again, that showstopper, the satchel was not even intentional, but Hellef, the minute he chose to start shooting was exactly when that satchel was detonated and he got pushed off, he lost the kill. Game over.
Sure was, sure was. 13-13 it is. We are going to be walking into the second overtime. for the second map of today's one and only match between True Rippers and Reckoning Esports. This time around, being on the attacking side, Reckoning Esports, they will have to make sure that they keep True Rippers guessing all through on which site the commitment is going to be on.
Oh,
Early util coming in from. Yep.
He's going on the aggressive. He might just actually find. No, never mind. He's not ready for the close angle. He was not ready for the close angle. Techno flash is beautiful, but he had more than enough space to get back from there. And Reckoning have an opening once again. This is for the match point in their hands to be taken yet again. Are they ready for it? A double push once again from C-Long. Unnecessary. No utility. Nothing this time. Disrupt had everything in his hands. But True Rippers decided to just go out for a bit of a dry peek. A mistake that's going to cost them dearly, as they will be watching Reckoning now taking match points back into their hands.
This does not look good for the side of True Rippers at all whatsoever. A small TP coming in. There is a good lure here from the side of Techno. He was able to attract the attention and set his teammate up for a fight that can be won. Wait a second. Are they changing the flow of the game right now?
Ooh.
Unable to survive, Helif will be taken down by the paint shell itself. Showstopper does not even have to be used. Goodness.
Yeah,
A
because there
great
was
attempt from the side of Helif though and Techno.
Yep. Yeah, agreed. They did have quite a good try, but unfortunately that combination of the grenade with the snake bite made him vulnerable just to 2 blasts of that paint shell. And he got taken out. 13-14. This time Reckoning on the upper hand, and they've got this in the bag most of the times. But on Lotus, they seem to keep faltering. They need to break that curse right here, right now, and take us to Breeze. That's what we're all hoping for. And they're looking to the C side with Voy as operator, but Techno! He swings and he takes him straight down. And ANQ almost found the board there. But it's going to be Helif to take him down. Two Rippers find the advantage themselves on the attack, and Karamo, he's been spotted as well. He might just get pummeled down here. A flash to push him off his angle. A smoke to keep him vision blurred, as Reckoning will concede the C site.
Well, Reckoning already
Techno?
losing players after players. True Rippers trying to come back into the game. But this time around, 2v3 is not a good number for Reckoning. And True Rippers will be able to win this off with very much ease nonetheless.
Overtime.
However, this third overtime that we are being pushed into. Do you have any feeling about one particular team winning this?
I really don't know, to be honest. I am seriously a little considerate about Reckoning wanting to break their streak, and it's not even about that. It's, of course, this is a point where, you know, they're at the edge of either dropping out or going into another map to actually try and win this out. So it is kind of a more pressurized situation for them. But True Rippers at the same time also have that, you know, maybe if they go to Breeze, they might not end up winning this at all. So they might be hoping. Both these teams have got their own ways of, you know, coming into this game and wanting to finish it off. But this time you can see that Reckoning are taking a slow approach towards the C site. Usually they've gone for a bit of an aggressive informational approach and then stop. But this time they've been given the ground here by True Rippers because Disrupt is just waiting on information. Satchel pop in. Disrupt. All he needs to do is trigger that. He will find it. He can swing out and take out 2, to be honest. And one of those most important kills being ANQ. He's waiting on Vapor's contact. Out it goes. He's going to hold him off for as long as he possibly can. Spray down and he gets one. Fox!
Oh, nice.
His bad luck continues to be quite the detriment for his team.
True that. And all the extra
30
smokes
seconds
have
left.
been taken away from the side of Reckoning Esports. Now being able to deny information is going to be a far-fetched thought for the team. Site A being the only one where they can continue to do that with the toxin screen though. In the meanwhile, again, number of players about to be dropped with War, trying to sandwich players alongside Disrupt. Disrupt loses the fight, so does War. Wait a second, how did Reckoning turn this around?
Spike planted.
Oh, Deathmaker. He's gonna try. He could have actually gotten a kill with the satchel itself, but the Seekers pop out. And now it's a 3 versus 2. True Rippers have a flank on their hands. Does Techno expect this? No, he doesn't. It's up to Deathmaker. He's been stunned and he won't be able to get away with 48 HP. But we've seen him clutch out even rounds like these. A and Q, though, he's been healed up. And he's pretty healthy right now to take this fight. And there's going to be nothing to stop him from taking Deathmaker's kill. And there it comes. 14 to 15. Reckoning once again take the advantage. My God. We are going the distance once again with these teams.
That we are. I do want to see Reckoning win this one though, for multiple reasons. One being, I want to see these teams face off against each other again on Breeze. Two being, look at ANQ, he's doing so much. So much. It would hurt. It would hurt to see him lose right now. That too without another fighting chance being given to the team. This time around, True Rippers with the timeout. This is their first one, right?
I should think so. Yeah, I believe so. No, I think he's taken one before. Yeah. But this timeout for True Rippers is going to dictate whether or not this round is going to be aggressively approached. Because they need one and only thing, and that's the first pick, and not to lose Deathmaker early on.
True.
He's been lost in multiple rounds early on, and he can make the difference, but he's not able to do it. Once again, this is going to be their test for the taking, as they will usually play their same way. They let Deathmaker go in for an aggressive double satchel towards A or towards C, gain early ground, and then they play on the back of that so that they get early information and ground control about where the one plays that they feel comfortable taking. That's exactly what actually, they don't send Deathmaker to do that. They're going to hold him off for a second. Flash is being exchanged towards C, one towards A. Real cautious play here from True Rippers. They want to take this extremely slow and extremely more team-oriented. And that might just be what gets them through.
Well, let's see if True Rippers will be able to pull this off for themselves, because if this round is lost, this map is lost as well. Reckoning is already at the match point for themselves. Triggering this rotating door, already giving intel to Reckoning Esports. There are players around them. Site A control will not be as easy to gain, considering Fox is already at his mark.
Once again, Fox, he needs to get another kill here, and he will find it, but the two come back from True Rippers themselves. They get the trades, and now Karamo on that back line should be able to find something, but Helaf is in a great off angle. They actually have expected him to be here. There is a tick marker on his Fox. The only part is, are they going to spam him there is the question. Are they going to check him at the end of it? The boar, he's ready for that swing from the back of Cubby. Flash is coming in. They're holding him off as much as they possibly can. Techno's doing quite a bit of work with his utility, but he's exhausted both of his flashes, and now they need to take fights. One swings, the other, and Helef is left alone. Gets the one, going for the second, not gonna happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Breeze is coming our way.
Reckoning Esports finally able to win the map they were on their way for. Fighting chances again for the team. One more map that they can play, one more map that they can try and win. True Rippers, even after every single thing that they tried, could not really drag this one to a victory, but this did drag it further along as much as possible, but just not close enough. Goodness, beautifully done though from both the teams. I am mesmerized.
Excuse me. Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully done from both the teams here. And I believe that this is gonna raise the bar only so much more on Breeze. But I spoke about this before as well that if it goes to Breeze, True Rippers might be in a bit of trouble because they have not had the best of times on Breeze. Let's go to the highlights as we continue talking about this because True Rippers, they had a chance, man, to close this game out. They had a good chance, and I believe it was on 13-12. They could have shut it out 14-13. And I'm pretty sure that they had everybody in place. I quite can't seem to remember what exactly happened, but I remember that they had the advantage of men. They had advantage in terms of utility. But Reckoning were just good enough to pull it back and take us all the way to Breeze. Now they've given themselves a fighting chance, and it's a glorified best of one on Breeze. The last time we saw this map, it was Reckoning who won it against the Rippers, 13-7. But hey, if history is something to be said, it's said that it does not repeat itself because they did not do so on Lotus here. True Rippers, the masters of Lotus. Yeah, exactly. The masters of Lotus have been toppled over. The bright pink flower does not bloom for the True Ripper boys. It will bloom for Reckoning as we will head into map number 3.
Well, Breeze should be a difficult one for both the teams considering the way they are playing today. It's just impeccable the way the performance is coming in. And look at ANQ. Oh my goodness. This guy has been constantly surprising me. 37 frags for him. It's 13 more than the second best fragger on the server.
Well, my God,
That's
37, dude. It's absolutely insane how good he is. Insanity in its most humanic form. 373 ACS, 247 ADR. This guy is on a roll. The rest of the team as well did really well. Fox, yes, he had quite a disappointing game. Deathmaker as well, 18 and 29.
Yep.
It was really difficult.
Had to step up. Yep. I mean, at one point, it's like ANQ was completely unstoppable, and Deathmaker just could not get himself started onto this map. It was just a huge difference in both the duelists that came into play, and we saw how much it changed the results. Because again, being the duelist, most of the heavy lifting of actually entering into a site and acquiring yourself the best positions in it relies on you, and not being able to deliver on that kind of alters the overall game result a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. But now we've got a third map coming in, and this is not going to be a breeze, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a storm because Reckoning are coming into this with everything that they've got. We will witness what is going to be the climax of this absolutely thrilling series on the latest addition into Valorant after its, of course, dormant stay in off the map pool. Breeze to settle it all. Who's going to be the grand finalist? We will find out at the end of this short break.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the India Predator League 2024 by Acer. And hey, it's going to be your boy Aggressive here on the hot seat again with Aiden by my side. Universe had a little bit of a stuffy throat and a stuffy nose too, because he wasn't able to come on by for this very last game. But hey, I'm here to bring you all of the action and all the jazz and all of the moolah as well, because this is the decider finals, and whoever wins here will be the ones to go over to Landmine G on the 15th to face off against OG. The grand prize is going to be there, but at the same time, whoever wins out on this match gets one step closer to represent their country in the Philippines to go up against all the other teams from every region possible. It's a huge honor. And for both of these squads, they're fighting to get that title and to get that chance to represent not only their org, but also their entire region.
True that, and both of these teams have way too much on the stakes. From right now, right here, everything is set back to square one. Whoever wins this goes all the way. And whoever
Glorified
loses,
best of
well,
one.
for them, that's the end. That's the end of it.
Yep. The glorified best of one, just as one of our casters' friends used to say. It all comes down to this. But what I don't personally like, that this map is not really one of those best maps that you want to have for a situation like this, right? Maybe if the map was something like Ascent, Haven, Vine, I could get behind it, but Breeze is just something unquantifiable, especially with the new and recent changes. A lot of teams have been struggling on this particular map. We have seen Reckoning perform pretty well in the past with those recent changes because of how pressurizing they can be towards mid control, but they haven't really gone up against Rippers on this particular map as well. So that, I think, is going to be the biggest difference maker from all of this, because both teams don't really have a lot of info about how they're going to play against each other. Adaptability will be key, and I'm very sure that both of these squads are extremely tired after all the games that they had to play. They had another tournament to play, if I remember correctly, as well, right before this. And they've been playing, what, Valorant for almost 7 hours straight? I'm pretty sure it's been a pretty long time. So their stamina has to be running dry.
Sure, pretty accurate on that one. But well, hopefully they're having just as good a tea party of themselves in the mini breaks that we get, like these little. I don't even know who they are. One is a penguin, for sure. No idea. I'm bad at
Let's call them
animal
stuffed
names,
animals.
man.
It's
Yeah, stuffed
okay.
animals. That's good.
Okay, never
wait a
mind,
second.
Hirsch.
This is better than good. Hirsch just opening up with 2 frags of his own and 2 rippers being ripped apart into nothing but DMK.
It's all up to him to maybe find something here. Not gonna happen. Not against Caramel. Swings out and immediately gets Dome, and it's gonna be Caramel to get those last frags for their team. And Reckoning, they just put this attack to an immediate halt. As soon as the jump came through, there was absolutely nothing that Two Rippers could do to try and turn things on its head. The KO not really finding any form of value, it seems. They weren't able to catch out the Viper or even the Cypher. They were expecting probably the Viper to be the only one present towards that B side, but the fact that they also had a Cypher there too to set up tripwires right behind those smokes, Disrupt, he had no idea what hit him. The members of True Rippers, they got completely bamboozled on the first bat, but hopefully here, now they have a chance to try and fight back.
Hopefully they will be able to acquire themselves a little more area, a little more control. They do fall back instantly though from site A. Will be trying to march in towards site B again, where they will be yet again welcomed with all of the Cypher utility being deployed for extra reinforcement around the site. Mid control again being as strong as is on Reckoning Esports will give them extra support to go ahead and make sure that no more rotations can be pulled off from the side of True Rippers without leaking that intel. And with the information in hand, I guess Reckoning is already set up for success on this one.
Ooh, Caramel, you can't whip those shots. He's gonna be able to find so much value. Caramel looking for an ace here. Just lines him up and sends him back down like dominoes. Tipping over. Last person's gonna be Techno, and Caramel's ace is on the line, and Hirsch, he wants to give it to him. But look at where Techno is going, straight into the hands of A&Q. He's not gonna take it either. He wants his buddy to get it. Get that ace and put yourself in guard for this one. A&Q over towards the back is just gonna steal away. I'm pretty sure that Caramel just told him, just get that kill, man. I don't want to risk them to get this plan and get one step closer to that Viper L. Plus, you don't want to give them extra economy, right? The fact that they didn't even get a single kill, caused like absolutely no damage, is the biggest point and the biggest advantage for them, right? Because they didn't get an ultimate point, plus they didn't get a plan, and also they caused no damage to any of the players of Reckoning. That means their shields are intact, so they had to invest no money whatsoever. This will result in their economy being almost out of control.
Exactly what I was getting at. I mean, not being able to acquire any frags means you don't have the kill credits either for your team, and that's just looking very bad altogether. I mean, I saw literally one player with 400 credits and the other with 100. Everyone else on 0 from the side of True Rippers after this particular buy. So if they lose this round, they're done for. And from the last 2 maps, we have been seeing True Rippers actually go in for that bonus for themselves. But this time around, Reckoning has gotten the chance to give the same exact answer back to True Rippers. Let's see if they'll be able to. Oh, that's hurtful.
A little bit too close for comfort there. A&Q got a good initial catch over onto one of the players. Deals damage, but he only gets a slight bit of information. They want to stay away from A&Q as much as possible. True Rippers, they know how important this round is going to be for them here. Hirsch, couple of spam shots, expecting Disrupt to be towards mid. But with this low lurk up, the members of True Rippers, they're heading into the side of the Cypher. Caramel has been a pretty annoying player for them to deal with, especially because of his tripwires and setups. As he does have another opportunity to break through. The shot threats are going to come in, I do believe, but Disrupt coming in through mid. He's going to be able to catch Caramel off guard. That's such a big kill for him, and Disrupt, he's still very much alive, and he's probably going to get more. Disrupt with a 2K, that's more than enough. His team has set up in towards the side, and B, this retake looks to be close to impossible because Avoya, he's stuck at very low HP.
Well, that's true. True Rippers this time around will be able to squeeze themselves around, because with this HP, Voya does not really have a standing into the round, and a 2v4 does not seem possible. Plus, they're fighting against the timeline, so that's not gonna be any easier going forward. Plus, there's a lot of utility available from the side of True Rippers to be able to fight this off, even if it comes down to a battle. To begin with, it does not, to be honest. But yeah, there it is. It's just another round that True Rippers will have for themselves.
Savoya!
And Reckoning will have to wait out. Oh,
this is so good. They dealt a good chunk of damage. 3 members went down. True Rippers, they have to invest back into this round. While Reckoning, they had given none. Remember, they didn't even take a single point of damage in that last round. So for them, it's just a throwaway round. It's okay. We're going to be able to come back stronger and also buy an operator for A&Q. That's going to put one portion of the map under complete lockdown.
This is gonna be slightly scary, a lot scary actually, for the side of True Rippers, because A&Q on the operator, considering his performance on the last map, he is gonna be super annoying and super damaging for the side of True Rippers. This time around, he's gonna be posted on mid, making sure that no intel can transmit through the pillar, no player can transmit through the pillar. Ready for the fight, gets his first, already initiates the round in the favor of Reckoning. True Rippers really in a bad situation overall.
Need to take a little bit of time on this take, but with this catch, Disrupt, he's in a horrible angle, but he's still probably gonna get this frag. Caramel fast on the trigger, knew the exact timing. He just needs to try and survive for a little while longer here. The shots don't connect. DM King is such a problem, and as soon as you walk into his crosshair vicinity, you're gonna be the ones to die. They still hold down the lines. 3 players in towards the back end of side. It's a 3 versus 3 situation, but the hell's still not favoring the attack whatsoever. The kills need to happen. Hirsch only good for 1, but hell up in towards the back. He's gonna be able to capitalize over on another. This is such a bad spot as A&Q with this operator. He doesn't really have an answer to this. Needs to peek out. He doesn't really find the frag, and Hillip instead is going to be the one to shut him down. 2-2 as True Rippers. They survived this one, and good God, they had no business winning this whatsoever either. Because True Rippers, they lost out on so many of their members. Caramel got another kill of the player who was entering on the side, but the 3 members that survived, they took things down from a 5 versus 3 down to a 2v1. That's how good they are when they're under pressure.
That's true. True Rippers completely maintaining control of the scoreline, making sure that they are on the equalizer, making sure that Reckoning has to try hard to dethrone True Rippers from the way they're already playing. And well, again, pushing Reckoning onto a round where it's gonna be hard for them to even win
enemy
this
remaining.
with the weaponry they have. This is gonna be an easy peasy, done and dusted one for the side of True Rippers. Only one player survives, and Hirsch will also be sent back home on this one, with that Guardian floating in the hands of Techno.
Such a tough spot for Reckoning to be in. The True Rippers, they have gone in full control right after this first initial place round, and their momentum looks not to be stopping here at all. While on the side of Reckoning, they are slowing down quite heavily when you look at their overarching composition and the game plans that they're trying to make here. Because they don't really seem to be the ones to take a lot of initiative. I don't see them trying to push out towards mid a little bit more, try to take that control away from the members of True Rippers. And the fact that True Rippers are getting all of this real estate for free, it's what's really causing this many problems. You can see that Reckoning, they're playing it slow and they're trying to play reactive. But the ANQ on this operator again needs to find early value. Otherwise, True Rippers probably gonna sniff him out. And that alone should be the golden ticket for them to go towards that B side. Especially because the null command is online too, so that Cypher is going to be useless on B if they know where the operator is.
True that. It is going to be important for True Rippers to get out all the data before they actually start acting upon it.
Caramel, this is so
With the
smart.
position of Caramel. Yeah. And there it is. The moment they got the information, the ult has been committed from the side.
Oh, what a shot
True
disrupt!
Rippers, but disrupt, yeah. He's getting into action. He's again set up for another frag around the corner.
Planted.
Squeezing himself down, he is able to whiff out the presence of Hirsch and will be going into the fight, but he loses it. Hirsch will be able to take this one down. And with the Viper Spit coming up online from the side of True Rippers, that's gonna be one victory that they can swear by.
One enemy
Reckoning
remaining.
left to
Oh,
collect
dear.
pieces right now.
At this point, I don't think they have much else to give.
I'll be fine.
LF, he's right around the corner to get that final frag up on towards the board as well. But disrupt, man, I want to see the instant replay on that one. Good God, just look at this guy. One tap machine. Just pop, pop to turn things on its head, but it just wasn't enough. True Rippers, they had the better angles, and they had DM King still alive towards mid. A very standard take on the A side, but they played it so well that it ended up being beautiful.
True that. Did not start in the favor of True Rippers, but they were able to pull it back into their own side, and now it seems like True Rippers might just be able to find themselves a good enough start on a map like Breeze. But wait a second! Am I jinxing them this time around? ANQ already with the first blood, making True Rippers struggle for numbers, losing the duelist already. A difficult situation, specifically being on the attacking side.
Flash.
Seems as though it's gonna be another hit towards this A side, but ANQ's position not being revealed. He's gonna be able to survive this one, but for how long is the real question. A triple kill for ANQ is an absolute demon. Possibly looking for an ace here, but Caramel comes in to steal it away. Helek very much alive, good for the first. He's not gonna be good for anything more than that though. Caramel's gonna be the one to shut him down. 3-4 is Reckoning the answer back on the back of ANQ and his 3K. A beautiful hold for them. And oh my God, was this absolutely clean. Just look at this guy. Smooth like butter. He's not really a criminal undercover
he
here.
is. Yup, yup, completely agree on that. It is gonna be super essential to shut ANQ down constantly, alongside Caramel, by the way, for the side of True Rippers to be able to find themselves the victory that they so desperately desire, because the last map was nothing but a certification to the abilities of ANQ and the way he can literally pull the whole team out of no matter what kind of a situation you put Reckoning in. It is going to be super essential to make sure that ANQ is found out and picked off in the beginning itself. This time around, Site A will stay completely under Reckoning's control with the Viper Spit being put up that shallow into the game. And Site B, again, a very difficult one to commit with Caramel already present inside. This is literally leaving very little room for True Rippers to explore their entry options.
Just such a tough position for the members of Reckoning to even try and break through here, because this one ultimate is gonna pretty much put a damper on the plans of what True Rippers really want to do for this take. Versus position now to be revealed. He's in a pretty tough spot, but he's not gonna get cleared out completely. This is perfect because Hirsch can now sit inside his Viper Spit for a really long time, but Disrupt spells him out like the bloodhound that he is. Good for the first kill, and that's gonna open up the entire site for them. The post find looking good for the members of True Rippers, especially with so many of their members still alive. Plus, without that Viper to even give any form of smoke presence, Reckoning, I don't think they have an answer to turn it around. And Helif catching out of Moya as well. That is so beautiful. You don't see players playing towards halls quite often, but when you do, kills like that do happen as Disrupt. Good God, the phenomenal performances from this one guy, the duelist galore, is Reckoning. It feels as though they're the ones who are facing the Reckoning instead of giving it. True Rippers, they have an answer to everything, and Disrupt, he's the one who has the hammer to cause it all.
Disrupt just not leaving one stone unturned for True Rippers to, for Reckoning to survive by. Caramel was just trying to save his weapon, trying to stay in a spot where he can survive for a little longer, but no, Disrupt went in for the hunt. And yes, you were completely right when you said he's literally a bloodhound sniffing players out. He did. He did. Multiple ones.
Just look at this guy. He's just having fun out here. He's having fun out here. There's like absolutely nothing that can stop him. When you're having fun playing Valorant, you know that you're gonna perform well, at least in a ranked setting. But when you're having fun in a tournament, when you have played what? A BO1 that took like almost an hour, then you're coming back after a long break into a grueling BO3 that has been lasting for what? Like 3-4 hours now, right? And you're still having this much energy to pull off plays like this. It is rare, and True Rippers having Disrupt just basically means they're in control.
True that. I mean, this was so unexpected. I mean, you do see players trying to hunt other players, but I would never expect someone to climb up there and look for a player inside the certain area. I mean, this was just a lot of constantly trying and dying in the game that gives you that much practice to know exactly when and where to look. The timing and also the expectation from the side of Disrupt has been amazing. However, I still want to see a little more of ANQ though, and with the Blaze online, I feel like this might be the round we do.
It's a good opportunity for them to even pull off this miracle. It's DM King over towards the back. He did hear out on a couple of footsteps though, but I do believe that they're all just walking into the waiting arms of Reckoning. Havoya, beautiful when it came down to the tap, catches out Hellfighter. And that's a big kill for them. Without Helen, this take is going to be close to impossible into the Viper. The Viper's going to be able to put them down for the longest amount of time, and you can see that Hirsch is a massive thorn on their side, but DM King turning everything on its head. He does find the kill, and that neural theft is going to give them so much information, knows exactly where the two players are and towards the back end of the site, and they need to get these kills. DM slow on the lurk up. He needs to try and find it, but he doesn't want to risk anything. He wants to wait for the members of RG to make that first initial move. Spots on the head. Good for the first, and he's down, trying to wrap around for the second. They haven't found him though. As DM swing out, and he's gonna be able to get it indeed. 3K for DM King. He single-handedly turned this round around for himself and also his team. They're alive and well. As Reckoning, they need to get back in towards the side to even go for this retake. But don't forget, they're still on an eco, so all the damage that they can do is more than enough.
Well, Fox is trying to close in onto the distance. He does find one. He is good for the other. He will be able to close this round if he can give enough contribution to the team on this one. Constant update of location for DM King. He will be able to find the last one. Fox, we've been constantly saying he hasn't given enough to the team today. It hasn't been his day. But finally, when the time comes, in a thrifty, in a very, very fashionable trend, he finds out a victory for the team with 3 for himself. I hope he continues with the same one though. I don't want him to lose replication of this.
Yeah, this just looks so good, Fox. He was required to get this round, and the fact that they got this on a thrifty too, it's incredible to see. Reckoning, they get their second win, the one that was very necessary for them. While Two Rippers, they had a really good start, but the players kind of lost their way when it came down to the communication. Disrupt getting caught out by the recon bolt, needs to immediately run on back, and that is pretty good. Havoya getting caught out before he gets any form of value out of that Trailblazer nullifies a good chunk of information, allowing True Rippers to maybe have a possibility of shifting towards that A side. But because the Trailblazer was used so aggressively, the members of True Rippers, they also know that there's a chance there's an operator on the opposite end of this, because a player, or as a team, no one will use a Trailblazer to get forward value unless you're trying to set up an operator line of sight or you want to push into it. So I'm pretty sure that True Rippers, they're wary of this fact.
True that. Well, let's see where they are gonna take their boat this time around. Because there's way too much intel they have already collected towards site A, and now it seems like an A split might be in action. Hunter's Fury already being committed.
this
With
is bad
all that
AMQ.
spacing, but no tag though. Oh, and Q!
Disrupt bad.
You have 30 seconds left.
Stop!
Last
Stop!
player standing. Spike planted.
Ahana, what is he doing?
I have no idea, man. Disrupt is literally fearless and unkillable at this point of time. Last final fight for Hirsch, and that too goes down the drain for Reckoning. True Rippers with another one on the board. I mean, I had not even finished praising ANQ for his frag before he got taken out by Disrupt. I don't know what to say from here.
He's playing like a man possessed. Disrupt. What did he have right before this break? I knew he was having phenomenal performances in game number 1 and game number 2, but this is on a different level, and I'm pretty sure you can agree with me on that.
I completely do. I feel like Disrupt literally just went in, had a 2-minute meditation session in the last break, and now he's back in action. He's like, I'm just gonna find out frags one after the other. It's like the story of Henry Sugar, if you know.
I don't, but you can enlighten me after the stream. But for now, the members of
Yes.
TR, they're enlightening the other side of Reckoning. As it's just a little bit of a waiting game, but Helef, he's going to be able to find one over onto Caramel too, over on the other side. But that's going to open up B. Everyone has now rotated off. Members of Reckoning, they want a little bit of forward control, and Havoya with this Guardian needs to be the one to turn up the heat. That's the angle and a good flash. He's going to be able to get some value. Havoya, good for one kill, but gets immediately found out. And now, he just needs to try and survive. Maybe find one more frag for his team. His teammates are already coming through, but Havoya, he's not going to risk anything. Waits for them to peek into him, but against Ian King, it just doesn't help. The aim is good and the readjustment is perfect. Reckoning, they get taken down, but they do take down a couple of guns with them. But overall, for the members of TR, they don't really care. This is the last round, and they have more than enough money to go in for proper buys.
Exactly. I mean, it doesn't seem like TR is even having to face enough competition this time around. And we were expecting this one to go very, very close. We were expecting this one to go literally swapping all through with equals all across the board. But well, it is what it is, and it is another opportunity for True Rippers to go ahead and squeeze in the win that they were so very well lined up for. Because even in the last map, they were
Viper got
about
hit.
to win. They were about to win when they lost.
Viper's at 1 HP, Hana. This is bad.
And there's no Sky on the side of True Rippers, so there's no regrowth coming in for her. But yeah. Oh no.
That could have ended
How did-
badly.
Okay. Yeah, that's That's where I was. I was like, how do you not get that? But okay, good enough. An opportunity again for True Rippers to go forward with. This time the Bladestorm has come online for the side of Disrupt. Is he waiting for Fox? It seems so.
Cage triggered.
It's Caramel. It's not his opportunity. This is a lot of value coming through when you think about it. The fact that Vibor was able to call out 2 players in towards the A side, that basically means they have a free entry towards B as DM King over towards the front line of this. Fox is going to be good for the first kill. Disrupt is now going to take a back seat. The raid boss is now finally down, but you have to worry about DM King. The spray does connect, and she finally shuts him down. This is perfect. Vibor over towards the flank, good for 1, but I don't think he's going to be getting anything more than this. Saboya is probably going to call him up, but Caramel instead is going to be the one to take him home. 5-7. That's Reckoning. They're alive and well in this fight, ending off the half in a very respectable fashion. But as they go over to their own attack, I'm pretty sure they're going to have a lot of problems. Not having a KO on your team just makes the attack so difficult because of the amount of utility you have to break through. And unless you get that perfect timing and get that first frag early on, this attack side for Reckoning will be incredibly difficult.
True that. Reckoning does have to be very careful on how they go forward. However, seeing the last 2 maps, it does seem like Reckoning does much better towards the attacking side because True Rippers have found themselves the kryptonites from the side of Reckoning Esports. They try to avoid them and they successfully dodge it as far as possible. So, being on the attacking side, Reckoning is able to choose their battles on their own and go ahead and start capitalizing on those fights that they so well miss out on the defensive half. So this could very well be the opening that they were looking for, but then they would have to close it out before an overtime can be announced. However, ANQ, the one person they take these fights for, is already taken out. True Rippers. What is happening? This is supposed to be the time Reckoning finds themselves an equalizer.
Yeah. This is gonna be a painful one. True Rippers, they had the perfect answer to this fight, and I'm pretty sure you can see the strength of having a KO versus not having it right. Look at the amount of utility that the members of Reckoning had to break through. If they had a KO at the bare minimum right, you can at least force the Cypher or the Viper to play a lot more further away from their smokes and their utility, but here, what are you gonna force them to go back on? You have nothing. And this is where the real pain train is about to begin. Reckoning. It's going to be a long and grueling journey if you want to go in for a comeback like this. Disrupt over towards the corner. He's looking for an early little bit of a fight as Disrupt. He's risking this, especially with the Marshall. He's just sitting there, but Helif's going to be coming in to save, bail him out. Beautifully done from Helif with the double kill, and now he's looking for a bit more damage over towards the side. Fox. He's the one to try and maybe get a kill, but it's not going to happen. Good night. Sleep tight. It's Reckoning. The chances of them winning this round is close to none, but maybe Harish is going to be able to get something for his troubles.
Nothing. Helif will get his 4th, and that will be the end of Reckoning Esports yet again. True Rippers just brazing through the whole map. 5-9, the scoreline is difficult to climb off of, and again, reflecting on the way the history has been, True Rippers is known to get their bonus rounds. It has been the case in all the rounds so far, and being on Breeze, I think it becomes slightly more difficult on Breeze, being on the defensive side of it, because the longer angles cannot be held off with your bonus weapons as efficiently, and that could make things slightly more difficult for the defenders on this particular round. Let's see if True Rippers will be able to squeeze another one, or if Reckoning can finally start clawing their way back into the game.
Disrupt! You can't forget that that angle is very deep, and Avoya just completely dodging him out there. A really good first skill coming in from the members of Reckoning. As now Vibor, he wants to be the first one to maybe open things up for them. Shock dart comes through. Fox, he still doesn't get hit.
Right here.
How deep is that angle? I'm so surprised. Vibor, he gets no form of value, and he's probably gonna get domed too. They know his exact position, but Vibor, he still gets a kill for it, and he gets out. Vibor, how are you alive? He should have been traded there.
Too suppressed.
I got spike down A.
Look at this man. He's just working miracles out here. It's LF. He wants to maybe go in for a little bit of a spray of his own. DM, his game sense was tingling there. He's able to get a good form of value in towards the front, and now he's looking for another fight over towards the side. 3 versus 3 on this retake, but look at Techno's position. This lurk is wonderful. 2 members lined up, and he's gonna be able to clean them both up. Last person over towards the corner. They know exactly where he is. Goodbye, Hirsch. You're not gonna be able to live to tell the tale on this one. 5 to 10 as True Rippers. The level of map.
True Rippers just pulling out magic after magic. Vibhor literally just went completely berserk on this one. It wasn't supposed to be a fight that he wins. It wasn't supposed to be another fight that he's able to participate in and win yet again. Even after losing Disrupt that early on in the game, Vibhor was able to bring the team back into a position of deriving success from. Beautifully done. And Reckoning not being able to sustain this for any longer. It so seems. It's gonna be a 5-11 in no time at all unless Reckoning pulls out a thrifty. Wait, they have invested. Complete aggression going in from mid. This time around, Reckoning is going to be taking things slow, making sure they have numbers advantage before committing, and it will be there. ANQ and Hirsch both getting a frag of their own, putting the numbers very, very steadily higher up for the side of Reckoning Esports. Now it's all left to True Rippers, 3 last standing players who will have to go one holding each key position onto the map. One on each side, one on mid. LF still able to balance a little bit of the game here. The sides are still tipping towards the side of Reckoning though. This fight is supposed to be one that does not go in the favor of True Rippers from here forward, but having a KO, they do have enough utility to go ahead and deploy in this round. Helef on a good enough angle can actually pick out Woya, but he will get spotted by ANQ instead on an off angle. Trying to take a look onto Techno as well. Techno unsuspected. What is happening? He did not see him run away. He knows his teammate died from that angle. Should have been a little more careful, but well, okay. You do what you do. And now it's all on to Disrupt. The time is ticking. He does not have much to fight with. All he can do is get maybe one more frag, and that's about it. And that will come his way, but that's about the last thing that will come his way. Reckoning Esports finally get another round for themselves. True Rippers just climbing onto the numbers now. It does seem like one of those positions where you start wondering what exactly can be done to change the result of the overall game. Reckoning was able to squeeze around, but it wasn't in a very replicable fashion again, because the early frag coming onto ANQ, I'm sure it won't happen the same way yet again. There will have to be some creative input to come in to make it possible to get ANQ as the first frag again, because that guy is explosive and he will be able to capture more and more numbers going forward. An early aggressive angle from the side of ANQ. The moment the smoke shuts down, he might be spotted.
I have the spike.
But he is moving in, gets taken down by Disrupt. True Rippers again trying to take the lead back for themselves. Trying to surmount the numbers as far as possible. This is going on getting slightly dicey for both the sides, considering the utility available for the side of Reckoning is good enough to actually get them an entry into the side, but not good enough to make them hold on to it though. We're trying to go in for a sneaky push in here.
30 seconds left.
Oh, that was an unrequired Hunter's Fury coming in from the side of Reckoning Esports, but they have been able to balance the numbers though. On the back of the Hunter's Fury, there's a frag that came in from the side of Reckoning Esports, and they have also farmed their Seekers on the basis of
Spike
it.
planted.
Oh no, this is gonna be a tough fight for the side of Deep. He won it? How? How do you win that fight after the flash coming right onto your face and then flicking 180? Oh goodness. The numbers are definitely going in the favor of Reckoning when it comes to the trades, but it still seems like DM King might be ready for the coming fights. Harsh is still way too far away from the site. It's not gonna be an easy one for either of the teams.
Last player standing.
A good
One
spot
enemy
for the
remaining.
side of Disrupt, and now they could have been looking at victory, but Caramel will just get in the way. Reckoning getting another round for themselves soon, slowly and steadily trying to climb back up onto those numbers. They want the double digit of their own soon enough. It's a 3-round difference between Reckoning and the Equalizer. It's the same round difference between True Rippers and the Victory. A slight change up here
There.
from the side of True Rippers. They do want to make sure that mid is completely sealed off. Will place their jet around there, but not too much value though. Will be squeezing back the numbers. An early use of KO knife, still without any value though. Not much detected under it. Reckoning being very slow and steady for the round. Oh, the split can work out. They might just be able to freeze this. And Q does have all the support that he requires to go in for this peak, but Caramel, they're not expecting him. Where will be able to get himself a couple, but again, DM King in a good enough position to go ahead and acquire a frag of his own in this process. Harsh still in the very vulnerable position. A fight he must avoid, and he will get taken down by Disrupt in that lure. A distraction very well created from the side of DM King to set Disrupt up for the frag. He's in for another. Flashed, blinded, running back in, but still up for the fight.
One enemy remaining.
This is a very difficult situation, even though post-plant, it's gonna be one single player surviving from the side of Reckoning, but he will be able to buy enough time, and he does. Wait a second. Yes, he did. Enough time for Reckoning to have the 8th on their board. True Rippers with the double digit, and Reckoning constantly climbing back up. Alright, this time around we will be seeing Reckoning again try and squeeze another one for themselves. I hope True Rippers has come in with the adjustments that they require to get this round in their favor. I'm not seeing Disrupt being positioned at the same exact angle this time around, and that should be bringing some surprise for the side of Reckoning Esports. The Cypher utility this time around will be seen on site A, making it difficult for Reckoning to commit to this one. They are using A-side splits to move in though. And for that, being able to detect the players will be essential, which Vibor will very, very well do for the team.
Ooh.
Disrupt
What
with
a
the
kill there.
early frag will be able to squeeze this very well.
Yeah, they got themselves quite the opening there. And yes, guys, if you haven't wondered, Aggressive has unfortunately left us. And I'm back once again, yes. Unfortunately, Aggressive seems to have a bit of a power issue. And Hellf, oh, never mind. Oh, Hellf, oh my god, got too close for comfort. Still was able to get that kill though. DM King goes for his own exploratory methods and he loses his life as a result of it. Reckoning has made quite the comeback here in terms of rounds, but we've seen True Rippers hold on to that lead in the first map. Is it going to continue here? Karamo spots out the first. He's got a recon. He's going to go down. Helif with another clutch here as a 3K comes his way. But ANQ, he's got his own tap, but with poor. He taps back in the end. 8-11, and the minute I step in, True Rippers seem to be winning.
Yet again, they were already in a good enough lead. Reckoning was trying to climb their way back in, but well, True Rippers just shut that down the moment you came in. Is it you? Are you the reason?
I mean...
Have you jinxed Reckoning?
Uh, no, I haven't jinxed them, of course. It's up to them, but it's, of course, Helif who's picked up. He's been having a pretty decent map so far on Breeze. I've been watching it from the back lines, and he's been doing pretty well. And now we expect them to continue on this stride because they've got quite a bit of ultimates available to them. Deathmaker does have his neural theft, which means the minute they find a kill in a viable spot, they can get information, go on a bit of an aggression spree to allow him to get that, because of course he is the pseudo duelist of sorts, if at all they want to go for the aggression. And they also got the role of, I was going to say Rolling Thunder, forgive me, I meant Hunter's Fury, because the Sova can deny the plant if needed, for post plant hold them off as well. And on the side of Reckoning, they do have 2 ultimates away from this 1 orb. And I think that's going to be the point of collection in this round, because Voya and Harsh, both of them, they need those orbs to facilitate maybe a comeback, but it might be too late, because if this round goes True Rippers' way, which is likely to happen, they will be on match point.
Exactly. Being able to find the numbers will also be a difficult task for Reckoning going forward from here, because again, they do not have the right kind of weaponry to go alongside that. We do see ANQ and the team will try to play off of his back, considering he's on the Blade Storm and will be able to get at least a couple of weapons that can be recovered by the players of Reckoning Esports. But having lost the Sentinel in the beginning of the round itself does not really favor their cause. True Rippers, they look like they are already destined to succeed in this round.
Yep,
And with the Hunter's Fury already, yep.
His tripwire is not being destroyed at all. They're gonna have to touch it. There's no way they're actually gonna go through it. They're gonna hope that ANQ gets it. Not the shock guard will do its thing. And Deathmaker, he has too much in front of his plate. He does not get even a single one. It's gonna be a 2 versus 3. Reckoning, it becomes easier though. Helif takes out the spike planter, and out goes the ultimate from Helif. That's the null command. Nothing else being put down here from the Viper, as he's gonna have to take the plant down. ANQ's towards A main. This is still a Reckoning round if they play all their cards right. But ANQ needs to step up here. He needs to win his fight. He needs to win that first duel. And Helif, he's got an idea about where one player could be, but he's turned his back around, and he gets away! Helif, he gets the kill on the Viper, the pit's gone down, and the last man standing has not been given up just yet. ANQ with another clutch of 4K as he puts up 9 on the board.
They had no right to win this round. No right at all whatsoever. And Q just pulling up miracles. This was so clearly a True Rippers round. It was supposed to be setting True Rippers up on the match point, the series point nonetheless. But ANQ, he just started peeking up with his Blade Storms. Specifically here when he missed out on Helif, it seemed like it was done and dusted. And he just pops back into the game.
And he blinds his own teammates.
Shoots down a couple of heads. Yep. Wins it through. Beautifully done.
Boy. Disrupt, he gives a bit of damage, but he needs to back away here. He's still not completely pushed off. The Seekers are going to do the work for them. And the B site is going to be covered off with a big green pit of poison. And that's going to force RG's hand instantly to rotate back towards A. They've got quite the bit of force here. They've left Voya towards mid to maybe do a bit of a lurk or a rotation cutoff duty. And DM King, he's got his own cavalry come up. Out goes the drone, a bit of a cage protection to enter from multiple angles. And Vibor, he's gonna have a recon to actually win this one out, but the first fight needs to be his favored. He doesn't win it, and now it's gonna be the defense that keeps falling one after the other. Deathmaker also goes down, and True Rippers have just fallen apart one after the other. Voya spotted on Techno. That's gonna be the free kill that he wanted, and he was stood there waiting for. And Helef, what can you do, my friend? The last man standing, he's been pretty calm and precise so far in this map, but it's not gonna give him a 1v4 clutch.
Definitely wasn't the fight that Helef could have won. And with that, Reckoning find their double digits on the board. One more round and they can actually set themselves up for success, while True Rippers literally might not be able to afford another buy going forward. With the way the rounds are coming in for the favor of Reckoning so far, it seems like True Rippers will have to rethink how they go forward from here. I wish to see a little more utilization of the Cypher abilities.
Mm-hmm.
I am seeing the deployment of the tripwires and the cage, but I'm not seeing the cage being set up in a form that the tripwires would literally work like a kill trip for you. That could be one way that I see this round being, taken into control by True Rippers.
Yep. I would have to say that Deathmaker, he's been on point with his aim, but it's not been an every round thing, and of course you can't expect it to be an every round thing. And this timeout's going to probably dictate that same momentum. Where exactly is Deathmaker going to be stationed? How is he going to work his tripwires? It seems likely the answer is B. Helef and Disrupt have been absolutely pounding the side of Reckoning so far. And on the other end, it's been A&Q once again. Karamo, of course, doing a bit of his job. But so far, A&Q has been the savior of this team. Here we go. 10-11. We're heading into the climax of this amazing series, ladies and gentlemen. It's been real competitive so far. And it looks like Helef wants to shut this down for his team. Ultimate's released across one side. It is going to be Helef to win this first duel, but not the other. Disrupt covers him up, though. He finds another. He's been tagged up. He's going to be completely safe for the moment, but Techno's going to win his fight. He wins the first. Once again, Disrupt gets the kill. And that is the point of contact that they were hoping that Disrupt would completely disorient. Another spot, another tag. Harsh. A shock dart's gonna fall at his feet. He's gonna take a chip of damage, not too much. He does have the spike right beside him. He's not gonna be detected so far, but they will see that spike, so they know he's probably gonna be in that cubby region. He's gonna lift up the wall, but what he doesn't know might just end up killing him. They're gonna swing out together here, and that's gonna be problematic for him. They're gonna check that cubby. They know he's there, and he's too busy covering up his backlines. Match point, ladies and gentlemen. This might just be it.
Well, True Rippers do have a couple of ultimates online already, and they might be able to feed some more. In this position, it does seem like True Rippers will have a good enough round to go forward with, but they do need to make sure it does not get pushed into an overtime, because we saw what happened the last time that went through. Reckoning was able to wreck True Rippers to the bone in that one. This time around, though, it's just gonna be the Blade Storm and the Neural Theft. Not as impactful as a Viper's Pit or a Hunter's Fury, but good enough. Good enough to start off with.
Agreed. This is for the victory for True Rippers, or will it be overtime that spews down and spirals into our faces? For now, it's a bit of a standstill. There's the first point of contact. Karamo gives up his position, but they are not going to move at all, not an inch. They're going to play this as passively as possible. True Rippers, most of the attention is towards B, and they've gotten in towards Elbow. And that's given away for free because they don't want to actually fight this one. Helef, he does have his knife regenerating in a couple of seconds. And there it goes towards A main. He expected an A main push, a split, but it's not going to be the case. It's going to be towards B. Voya does have his operator, and he's going to have probably the first peek towards his B main side. And Deathmaker, he sees the wall, he sees the dog, he sees the recon, and he's going to try and hold this for as long as he possibly can. Here comes the attack.
Come
Well,
on,
everyone
I'm
is
unbeatable.
inside the site.
30
Reckoning
seconds
is trying to
left.
take as much control as they
Spike
can. The plant
planted.
is going down. The outrun will be able to collect way too much information for the team. And Voya being at the right exact spot. The timing
Oh,
just
what
saved
the
DMK, and it could have
timing.
been his demise. But well, this time
Ladies and
around,
gentlemen,
with the numbers
we're-
in favor.
Yep, we're coming to the climax. It's a 4 versus 2. Harsh is on the back lines. Fox is trying to keep this alive, but can he hold on for long enough? The diffuse has just been tapped, but it's a fake. They're going to try and bait out Fox. He's
Last
putting in the
player
recon,
standing.
but the backstab has been taken care of. The last man standing will be sprayed down. Ladies and gentlemen, your grand finalists, True Rippers, are
Defenders
going
win.
through with the victory on Breeze. They will take down Reckoning at the last moment of the last map, and no other way will we have it, as True Rippers have made sure that they bestow themselves with the throne of having to play against Orangutan and that final on the 15th of October. What a game from these 5 members. What a series it's been from both these teams. Reckoning did their real best, but unfortunately, the force and the might of True Rippers was just far too strong for them to handle on Breeze. We head into the grand final with both our finalists and Reckoning, who were honestly quite the superior team in the previous 2 games. They came into this one knowing that the competition is going to be quite the upstake one, and unfortunately for them, it was something that was just a little bit out of their hand, because guess what? True Rippers came in with so much homework done. They were ready for whatever it came their way, except for Lotus. Lotus also was pretty close, but man, what a game this was. Let's head into highlights, Anna, because this has been a game filled with some amazing moments right from the start.
Sure has been. This was pretty one-sided when it started off. It seemed like there was gonna be no way Reckoning can make their way back in. But well, they did start off at one point, but could not really carry it forward towards the end. Reckoning did have to lose their momentum, lose their fight, lose their spirit towards the end of this one. With True Rippers taking this one home. Beautifully done, and specifically the contribution coming in from the side of Helif was just way too much for the side of True Rippers.
Yeah, Helif and Disrupt were absolutely maniacal today, man. As in this last map, yes, in the previous games it wasn't as good. They had their ups and downs, but this game they stepped up so massively. And Disrupt especially was on another level. He was so good with his entries as well, finding space for his team, and Deathmaker supporting from the back lines. It almost seemed like it was a 2v5 at certain times because of the way Helif and Disrupt are playing. ANQ, honestly, this guy tried his best, dude. He did so much for his team as well from the opponent's side, but it just wasn't enough. One person cannot pull you across the finish line when it's a game that is stretched across 3 different maps. Oh boy, here we go. True Rippers versus Orangutan once again, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be the upper bracket final repeating itself in the grand final. And it is thanks to those 2 members, Helif and Disrupt. They ought to be thanked by every single fan and also by every single member who's a part of True Rippers, because these 2 have shown up quite the distance when it was required the most.
Absolutely. The team was literally looking for every single straw that they can hang by in this complete turmoil. And well, the 2 showed up at the occasion right on time, and they brought the party along with themselves. True Rippers walking into the grand finals is going to be the biggest reward they could have given to the teammates for
Yeah.
having stuck together for so long, and they were able to deliver the best way possible.
Yep, absolutely agreed. If we look at the stats, of course, look at that Disrupt and Helif. The amount of impact shown by these 2 has been phenomenal.
Goodness.
Deathmaker as well, doing as much as he can as the backbone of the team. ANQ did his best, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to pull themselves over the line. Fox, he had probably one of his most disappointing games, entire series actually. He just wasn't feeling it today. And that's exactly when the advantage started piping in towards the direction of True Rippers. And well, ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be the end of this one. Let's have a talk with one of the players from True Rippers, though. Let's see what he's got to say. Techno is here to talk to us before the grand finals. Let's talk to him. Hello. Namaste, Techno.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine.
A pretty tight game, first of all. Congratulations, you're in the grand final.
Thank you.
It's been quite the journey. How does it feel?
I mean, after the first map, we thought like we're gonna end it like 2-0, but then yeah, like the second map, we like choked in the last moments. But it's okay. We got our backs. Like we knew Breeze is our map. Last time we lost against these guys because we went self-confident enough. Like we were losing our aim duels, but this time we walked don't be scared, just peek and kill him. Yeah, and he's the main guy.
Of course. Hello. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you guys did really well. Honestly, there is one thing I want to ask you though. Coming into Sunset, hello, one more hello. Coming into Sunset, you guys had so much homework, right? I think you guys were ready. Did you watch them before? Did you guys practice? Or what was happening on Sunset that you were so confident?
Not really. Like we don't really watch it. We just saw that they play like a chamber comp in which there's not enough cipher trips to break. So we just played our own games. Like we just took B main. Like we just had to find the chamber trip. We broke it with raise utils, and then yeah, we just hit aside. They couldn't stop us.
All right, Anna, do you have any questions for him?
Yes, after having recently lost against OG, what is the preparation that you're looking forward to make sure that you are able to beat them in the next one?
I mean, it's a LAN environment. Anyone can win, but we are confident we'll get this time. We're gonna end their like a happy run. You know, we're gonna have to end it this time.
There is one thing I want to ask you. Of course, watching Deathmaker on Cypher was, really surprising for me, especially because we've seen him play only the Chamber, Raze, Jet. How did that come about? Talk me through that. How did the Deathmaker on Cypher come in?
I mean, like Deathmaker, like few days back, like few weeks actually, he just came up like, guys, like I can't play duelist. I think it's time for me to step up as a sentinel role. Like he just randomly one night he just told us, I mean, like, okay, let's try it in the scrims. In scrims we played. He bombed like 30 games in the first game with the Cypher. I'm like, okay, whatever this guy's doing, it's working. Let's just go with this.
Well, it clearly did work. And of course, there was, Lotus. It technically was your best map until Orangutan because they beat you and then you lost your 100% streak. But then again, in this game, you guys took a lot of pressure in finishing the game. You had chances, but you guys were kind of not able to finish. What happened on Lotus?
I mean, even in the last OT round, it was me who overpeaked in the 3v3 situation. Like, it's just the small things, like the crucial frags which we should not give. We gave that, and they just took the advantage. And like, congrats to A and Q, he went insane on that map.
Yeah, Anna, do you have any question?
Yes. I mean, because of A and Q, I definitely wanted them to win on Lotus, but well. And we did see that happen, but it was a great effort coming in from your side as well. I do want to know though, going with Cypher on DM King, what was the setup on how you wanted to run with the duelist alongside that? Because generally you would see DM King going with his operator towards the mid, but then you did not do that at all this time.
Yeah, I mean, like DM and Disrupt, like they both know how to play duelist pretty well. And then after DM took like the sentinel role, like Disrupt, then like we saw that Disrupt is winning aim duels pretty like often. Like he's just shooting on them. So we were like, Disrupt, whatever you like, wherever you want to play and like wherever you want to hit shots, just tell us. So we just start the round with Disrupt. Like we just send him, and if he gets a pick, nice. Then we come back and we just do our own default. Like operator, we didn't really bring it up. Like Disrupt was confident on the Vandal, so we like no need to take even operator if we can end it on the Vandal.
Confidence is
a lot of operator on Breeze though.
Yeah, we were, I think, but confidence is in no short supply in your team. Clearly, you guys are feeling it. Before I do let you go, the Predator League 2024 has been an immense journey. Starting from the first game you guys played till now, how has the experience been for you personally in the Acer Predator League?
I mean, for me, it has been actually a pretty good experience. It's gonna be the first time for me in a LAN in Bangalore, like So, I mean, we lost like against like we should have actually. We thought that we're gonna fully win this match, like the whole series. Like, but then OG like they really like what do you say? They really ended our confidence for like they fucked our mental for like for a second, like, you know. So we just took a deep breath, and then we are ready to go. Like the APL, I mean, it's a great chance for like us to even represent India in Philippines. That's
Of course.
actually like one of the main reason, like we should actually give our best, and we are hoping for us like we'll win for sure.
All right. Well, congratulations, first of all. You have made it to the grand final. And Bangalore is also your home ground. You guys are in Bangalore. So hopefully you get the crowd cheering for you as well. It's going to be a great game. Thank you so much. And we will see you on the 15th. Have a great dinner, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was Techno, and he's feeling it. I think he's still, he's just out of the nerves of playing that game, because you can see, the pressure was there on his face until the relief was there. And I think it's that post-game relief where, after you've done something really great, you just started getting a little bit, okay, you know what, you were cooling down, don't have to shake too much, whatever. This guy has done quite a bit of a job for his team. Everybody on True Rippers has done an amazing job, and they deserve to be in that LAN on the 15th of October in Bangalore. So ladies and gentlemen, the India Predator League 2024 powered by Acer is gonna be having its LAN on the 15th of October. I'm informing you again, it's gonna be in Bangalore. If you want to know all the details, please follow Acer India on Instagram, Twitter, wherever you can, on all socials, and even the Esports Club, because there is where you're going to get all your updates, where it is going to be, what time it's going to be. The Dota 2 and Valorant finals are going to happen at the same place. So make sure to follow, like, subscribe, all of it right here at the Esports Club and Acer India to get your updates. And we will see you all on the 15th of October here in Bangalore for that grand final. Until then, happy gaming, keep ranking up, and we'll see you all with a lot more Valorant action, and hopefully with the one and only team that's going to represent India in the Philippines real soon. Good night. Bye-bye.